All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Saturday to you. Hope you're having an amazing weekend. So beautiful out today. Nice little 50. What says 56 degrees right now? It's a warm 56. You never know here in Colorado Springs. Could say 30 and you can go outside and it feels like 50. Or you can go out and it says 30 and it feels like 10 below. So you never know what it feels like. But it was a beautiful day. So hope you're enjoying yours as well. So before we get into everything, let us begin by taking a big deep breath in. If you want to join me, we'll just hold it for as long as feels comfortable and slow exhale. And we'll do that to come back to this moment right here, right now, out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past, to come into this little bubble of love we have inside of us. And our little bubble of love we call the Zen friends, right? So if you want to join me, let's begin there. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for some more love energy. So let's begin. Big deep breath in. Ah, beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. As we do that, we can just let that love that lives inside of us just vibrate and radiate out into our brain, into our thoughts and our beliefs and our stories, into our hearts, where all of our emotions will be transformed, to our physical bodies, into our every cell, our blood stream, our organs, our nerve system, whatever, our entire physical body. And then also through the meridians, our energetic body, right? All the meridians that are in our body, the energetic meridians, our chakra system, also our auras, right? Just filling us up, every part of our being, and then flowing out to the outside. Well, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet, because we can definitely have a higher vibration if the humanity wants it right now. And of course, something we can do to help raise our own vibration and kind of pour in our energy into the collective is gratitude. One little piece of gratitude for one little thing. That's all we need to help start raising our vibration, drawing in more of what we're grateful for. And then, of course, also uh, we magnetize ourselves to receive messages from spirit. So I love it. So that's what we'll do. So 3 times. Here we go. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Such powerful energies. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. We'll put her back here on her little shelf. So, hello, everybody. Happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. And as always, we're excited to see what messages come through from Spirit tonight, what we can learn from each other and grow through the messages that come through. I'm always learning something new and being reinforced in things and being reminded a lot of stuff we are just like, oh, yeah, that's right. We can get distracted off into the human world, and Spirit likes to just a nice little, hey, remember this. And we're like, oh, that's right. So I love that. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor, which I'm so grateful for. And so there's always room for more Zen friends. So thanks for being here. And we do the whole process for all the readings and everything are all listed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. After that, free readings are first come, first served. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 cards. We dive deeper for donations, and you also get a little fortune cookie, a little oracle card of some sort as a little extra dessert for your reading. If you're interested to make a donation, all that information is down in the description box. It has my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. You can also use the super chat, of course, at the bottom of the chat. What else? I do get to free readings every session, at least 30 minutes worth. Usually, after I finish all donations, I try to finish as many and usually all of the free readings too. At the end of the session, I do post a pinned comment with all the readings completed with the timestamp. So all I have to do is find your name, click on the timestamp, boom, it goes right to your reading. So it's very handy. I do offer personal private readings and energetic hedges. All that information is also down in the description area. Every 2 weeks, about every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway where I give away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or an energetic hedge, whichever the winner prefers. And the next one we have coming up is May 1st. Can you believe May is next Friday already? In another month, we'll be halfway through the year. It's crazy how fast time has flied by. But that is the link to get into that drawing if you so wish. And before every full moon and new moon, I do put out a little video talking about how to make the most of that full moon or new moon. So this one is for the Scorpio full moon on May 1st, how to make the most of that release energy and affirmations. If you want to dive even deeper, that one's specific to the Scorpio full moon, but I made a separate video that talks about release kind of rituals and different things like that, and how to create positive, powerful affirmations. So if you're interested, that's all free as well. And then every 2 weeks, I do put out a podcast called The Easier Path. The most recent one was called The Empath's Heart Song, where we really talk about empathic abilities, where a lot of our empathic abilities come from, because we all have them. But a lot of you feel everything huge, and you can find out why by watching that video. And then, of course, we don't just leave it there and go, isn't it nice to know? We actually give you hints and tools from Spirit on how to ride that wave of like tsunami wave of emotion instead of being drowned by it. So be sure to check that out. The next, I feel like we're going to split it out. I feel like we're going to kind of have maybe a little series coming up of maybe 4 smaller episodes that'll maybe come out one a week, but it's about growing your empathic abilities. So instead of having like an hour long podcast, I'm gonna maybe shrink them down to do like 15-20 minute ones instead, so that they're, I know these days we're so busy, I know, right? There's so much stuff I want to watch and do, and I'm like, I can't watch it all, and so I want to make it easier to consume. So we're gonna try that out. Probably that's what I found when I was out on my walk today. So we'll see. But that's all the free stuff and all the information I'd like to make sure you guys know. Um, Powerful energies happening today too. Venus went into Gemini on the 24th, yesterday, and early, I think, in the morning. The night before, we did have at the beginning of the session, like right now, but that night we talked about Venus and Gemini. You know, Venus and Gemini is like love. How do they say it? Like love in as communication, love as communication, because Gemini energy is very mental, communicative. So we did go over that. If you guys want to check that out, make sure to do that. Uranus, the planet that rules over Aquarius, my sun sign, our mighty, beautiful Uranus is going into Gemini as well tonight at 8:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is like an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half from now. Of course, we already started to feel it a little bit, but I wanted to go over that a little bit just to give you guys some information whenever we have this, because it stays in it for 7 years. So it's good to know that up front as we, zero in there. So let's talk about that here in a moment. Also, the moon enters Virgo tonight. So we've been in Leo energy for the last couple days or so. But tonight at 9:04 p.m. Eastern time, it moves into Virgo. So we're going to go into this health conscious, kind of grounded earth energy versus the Leo fire, kind of energy. So be aware of that as well, because we'll have that hit during our session if the session goes that long. I'm sure it will. But I jotted down some information here. So Uranus and Gemini, like I said, it tonight is when it enters it. And then it'll be in there until 2033, which isn't that far away. When I was walking today, for some reason, I was thinking about relationships. I think I saw someone with a dog, and I'm like, that's not one of my exes, is it? From a distance. And then I'm like, oh no, it's not them. But I started to think, when was my last relationship? 2009. And I thought, 2009, that's not far away. And I was thinking, well, that's what, 7 years ago? I'm like, oh no, that was 17 years ago. I've been single and celibate for all that time. I know TMI, but yeah, I'm like, I've been on a big spiritual journey. Um, so interesting, right? And I thought one of my exes, um, when I was with them, they had a 2-year-old. And I was thinking, how old are they now? That was in 2001, they were 2, which means they're like 20, 25, 26, no, 28, right? Because it's been 2001 to now it's 25 years, 20, like 27 years old, right? I feel so old today. Anyway, back to what we were talking about here with Uranus. So it is a 7-year period, right? And this Uranus and Gemini, it is a period of it's rapid, chaotic. Uranus is the like the lightning, kind of energy in a way. But it's chaotic innovation with Gemini and Aquarius energy in technology, communication, and transportation. So we're gonna see a lot of those themes over these next 7 years. This energy does transform how we process information. That's how we learn. Gemini energy, potentially accelerating AI. I know you think it's fast already. Just hold your britches. Social media changes and how we connect virtually. So some big things coming. Can feel a bit frenzied energy because it's all about newness and the old ways. This is like moving into the age of Aquarius because Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, right? So that we're this is part of all that igniting intellectual curiosity, and that this energy kind of is designed to disrupt old mental patterns, paradigms, old ways of thinking. That's Aquarius, the age of Aquarius. The old ways aren't working anymore. We need new ways. Well, this is really going to help all that leap forward with it here. So overall, like for society, we're going to have like a technological revolution. Like we said, rapid advancements in AI and robotics, digital communication platforms. So we're going to see technology just take off like it hasn't already over these years. It's just going to go to new levels over the next 7 years. Communication overhaul. Gemini is connected to communication, like I said. So we can have some drastic shifts in how media is produced and consumed, including social media, news, and journalism. So some interesting new ways. I wonder what that's going to be, right? We already have like on our phones and everything, but who knows what this is going to look like? I'm excited. Also, mental shifts and education, new unconventional methods of learning, education, and skill acquisition, potentially disrupting the traditional schooling. So there might be a new way that people end up learning, which is great. Maybe it's going to be like in the Matrix. They just plug something in and then we just know it. Wouldn't that be awesome? uh, and then transportation upgrades. Gemini also rules over transportation, so innovations in travel, including AI driven or faster transit methods. So all those bullet trains and self-driving cars, you never know. Here we go. And then also shortened attention spans. What did I say? No, shortened attention spans. So Gemini does have a fast-paced, multitasking nature, which can lead to more fractured attention and faster information cycles. I'm like, AD, we're it's like the entire humanity is gonna be on ADHD, right? So all you people who have ADHD, I think I have a little bit of it. My host has it. We're like, enjoy it. It's gonna be fun. And then the personal impact of Uranus and Gemini, there's like 4 things. Intellectual liberation, I like that. A need to break free from rigid, outdated ways of thinking and to adopt more flexible perspectives. So we're opening our minds up more. Fluid lifestyles, meaning increased mobility, potentially leading to like, I want, like changing jobs, moving homes, or managing multiple non-traditional income streams. So we're really getting into not so much rigid um, lifestyles and lives, and more flexible and fluid. Also, a lot of rapid ideas, high speed electric mental energy, where insights arrive quickly and unpredictably, rewarding adaptability. Again, all this open minded kind of energy coming in. We also social circle changes. So, unexpected shifts in local communities, neighbor interactions, and friendship groups. So there's going to be a lot of newness coming in with this starting tonight. So I like that. Two things, what can you expect? Uranus actually went into Gemini just for a little bit last year because um, it was in Taurus, then it moved out into Gemini, and then from July 7th of last year to November 7th, it retrograded and went back into Gemini for what is that, 6 months? July, August. Wait, July to August, September, October. No, okay, 4 months. So it was in there. So whatever happened during that time for you served as like a little preview of the types of shifts that you can expect, 'cause it was like, "Here, oh, peek, just a little pinky," like you stuck your little toe in there, like, "Alright, that's enough, here we go, we're jumping in there now." So, I like that. And then, this energy of Uranus, it's gonna be a little turbulent, so a little shaky bakey baby, it's gonna shake us up a little, because Uranus is known as the great awakener. Like, we're getting smacked awake, right? So, it's a mutable air sign, so it can produce scattered energy, which requires intentional focus to avoid feeling overwhelmed by constant information and changes in information. So, investigating what grounding practices work for you, it's a great time to do that now so you can tether yourself to Mother Earth and not get pulled into the storm. So, hopefully, that will give you a little, at least, awareness of the weather that's happening so we can, look into that, now. So, thank you for listening to all that. I like to share these big changes when, outer planet, when they don't change signs very fast. Some of the inner planets, of course, they change every month and, like the moon changes every 3 days, So, but those, when they change, it brings big impact to what they do. So, hope you enjoy that. Thank you for listening, and your patience with all that. So let me do some shout outs. Let me get my list all updated here and we will get into the readings. So we got Livier Vagara. Hello, hello, my dear. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And we got Jojo in the house as well. You don't want any more shaking up. Up, up, up. Well, you don't have to. You just ground yourself really good. You're grounded. And then we don't have to, right? If you learn to fly and float, then you don't. It's like if the earth is shaking in an earthquake. If you're a bird, you can just float or fly and you don't feel the earthquake. So you can learn to fly. Right. And we got Samuel Rao. Hey Samuel, good to see you. You'll become a tree. That's funny. Samuel, I got you on the free list. Good to see you. Hello. So you're on the free list there. And we got CJ and the cats. Hey, good to see you. We got you on the free list here too. And Olivier, there's your question. Anyway, it was up there somewhere. And I got you on the free list here. Boom, boom. And I got that here. We got Ascending Universal Butterfly. Hello, hello. I have you on the free list already up there. So thank you for all of your support on the channel in the chat. I appreciate you. And okay, blessed Saturday, yes. And then we've got Repia Shorts. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the donation list here. And before I dive into the donations, I'll let everyone know what that list looks like, so you kind of know what order it's in. All right, so we will circle back around for you. And we got Moncloa. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here too. Good to see you. And Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry. We have you on the list. So good to see you. Thanks for being here. And we also have Little Pink Pearl in the house. So, Pink Pearl, good to see you. We got you on the free list, as well as Bonita as the user, et cetera, et cetera. So, Bonita, we got you on the list here. And Cat Mia. Good to see you guys. You're on the list. And of course, we've got Maria P. We got you on the free list, and thank you for your dual donations. I do have you on that list as well. And then Ascending Butterfly, there's your question. I got you on there. And Jojo, we have you on there for your free reading. So you're on the list. And we have Sudeshna Ghosh times 3. So Sudeshna, hello, hello. We got you on the list there. And up a little further, we do have Swaroot Bobby, Ashish, and Minihil from earlier today. So I got you guys on the free list. So good to see you guys might be asleep on the other side of the planet, as I usually say. So, but if you're here, good morning or good evening in the middle of the night, right? So we do have everyone on the list here. Let me just check my emails, make sure they are active here. And I do believe we have everything. All right. So let's take a quick sip here too. Cheers, cheers, everybody. I'm so grateful to have you here. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you so much for hitting that like button. It's something free you can do, and it does help out. Whenever you being here and watching my other videos and liking those and commenting and sharing the videos, all of that helps spread the love. So thank you for being a part of that. Cheers, cheers. Yum, yum, yum. Buying that coffee in the evening, it just tastes extra good. I don't know why. So, for donations, we've got Sudeshna up first times 3, and then Maria P times 2, and then Reppies. Oh, it's Reppies. I don't know why my eyes saw Reppy. Yeah, so Reppies Shorts. You'll be up after that. That's all I have for donations right now. So if no other come in, then we'll start free readings after that. But we'll see what unfolds. Usually we get some more donations coming in. So don't want to get your hopes up too fast. All right. So Sudeshna, we're at 25:03. Wow, 25 minutes in. So thank you guys for your patience and chatting about all that star energy. All right. So Sudeshna, Thank you. Let me give you all your donations here. I'm gonna give them all a love and all a like here since it lets me do it on those. All right. So number 1. So with you oh, no, this is for Sumita and, Manik? Gosh. Can you check their matching? Will this move forward? Will they get married? Arranged marriage match. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, tonight I'm still using this, Arcanum, hybrid tarot oracle deck. It might change tomorrow. I've been using these for this will be 3rd day. Usually it kinda gets old. It's like fish after 3 days, you're kinda starts to stink. No, you don't stink. I just, get bored. I like to see new things too. Alright, let's take a look here, Sudeshna. So, what is the energy around this matching? Alright, thank you. And, will they get will it move forward? Will they get married? Alright, so based on current energies, will they get married? And anything around that. All right. So let's take a look here. We've got here the energy of the matching first. So we do have, yeah, we got the 9 of Wands, which is a little bit of blocking energy. We do have the Hierophant, which is about contracts and organization kind of energy. We'll see what the rest of these are here. Well, we got the Two of Cups. Which is a relationship, partnership energy, right? It does feel like there's a little block. Let's see what this if they'll tell us more about what this is. Yeah, it does feel like the 3 of Wands. It does go a different direction than anticipated or how it's gone about kind of changes because we got the 8 of Pentacles too, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get the progress. So it does feel like there's a little bit of hesitance and stubbornness to move forward. Will it move forward? Yeah, we kind of got the standstill, pausing energy of the hanged man, which, can be, to discuss things, see something from a different perspective, a higher perspective kind of energy. But let's see here, based on current energies, will they get married here? We do have the Queen of Cups, which is a compassion energy, a lot of emotional energy. Let's see, they also gave us some others here. Yeah, I just, we've got the 8 of Cups, which is walking away from something that doesn't, match. The Strength card is the courage to walk away in a way with these both coming out. It's an energy of I don't know, wonder what the problem what the disconnect oh, I was like, "What's the disconnect?" And on the bottom of the partnership card, we got disconnection. What does this say? Conflict and misunderstandings disrupt the bond. Emotional distance strains a relationship. Yeah, so it does feel here and with this Queen of Cups energy, that's very mother energy, you know, nurturing mother energy. So it feels like maybe the mothers don't get along here and there's some conflict that comes in with that. But it does feel like it gets personal between them 2. And it feels like in the end that it doesn't move forward. And it doesn't, I didn't I don't know, I'm not super even though we got the partnership energy, it's like it starts off all right and it just feels bland. It doesn't feel like I have very excited energy around this matching. It just doesn't feel like it's um I don't know, it's just not exciting. It doesn't feel like an adventure. It feels like I don't know, maybe desperation. It's just like, "Oh, they'll do," and it's like, "No, why settle?" It's like, let's look for something that has all the bonds on mental, emotional, energetic, and even physical, but I feel like that's what they have for that. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for tonight. Um, so we'll have the "You Are Awesome" deck that we're using here, and if anyone makes a total of $5 or more, if it's like several donations, that adds up to that. One of your um, um, fortune cookies. God, why can't I think? Will be the Talisman Oracle, or if you have a single donation of $5 or more, it'll be that one. Those are longer; they're not little short ones like these. So that's why we limiting those to those kind of donations. But for this one, we got here. Well, yeah, it is a little bit long here. It's one of the longer ones. There are no rules to using these cards, but there are some ideas. Oh, I like this. I leave this card in because this is like telling you how to use the deck, but in itself there are no rules, and I love it. There are no rules when it comes to marriage in from spirit's perspective. From human perspective, I know we got all these things right. But I like this. Um, I think that was the only thing in here. Enjoy the journey and the spread that awesomeness like butter on toast. Yeah, because it can be toast, butter on toast. It can be smooth or it can be rough, but there are no rules. And that's the whole thing is if we get out of our head and into our hearts, that can change things, right? And I know a lot of countries across the world do have arranged marriages, and a lot of them work out really good. And at least a lot of not divorces doesn't mean it's happy marriages, but there are a lot of people are it's about commitment, not about feelings and all of that. But I feel like that's one of the big things that's changing. There are no rules, especially with what we just talked about right before with Uranus moving into Gemini, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna, for Sumita. So many blessings. And then for your number two, we got 3245. So here is for this one. So thank you for your additional donation. And so this is for you. So if you go for the higher studies, the MBA, will you get admission to any top tier colleges like IIMs or IITs or any other good colleges? Exams are in November 26th through January. Wow. Got a little bit of time to prepare, right? Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will you get into, we'll do like IIMs, IITs, and then just what else they want you to know here. These and these, none of those. All right, so we got here. Yeah, I've got the King of Wands, and underneath that too, you got the Empress. No, the Emperor. That's what I thought, because both of these are the same kind of energy for me. It's this, both of them, you know, like push everyone out of the throne room. It's like clearing our minds and getting into our hearts, making a plan and pursuing it, right? Which is funny because I feel like when you've asked about this in one of your readings this week where and I feel like they got that again with, it's if you get out of your head and you follow your heart, then yeah, you're gonna be excited about it. The waters will part. You'll be able to go through and, get to that there. But I feel like the important thing is that it's not just for what the mind is wanting us to do because out of fear or this, it's you're actually following your passion, following your heart, and pursuing something that aligns with that. Because, like for the IIMs, you did get the heartbreak energy, the heart going, if and this is the whole thing. If you pursue with the heart, then you are able to get in. If you don't, then that's the disappointment, right? With IITs, you've got the Ace of Pentacles, which is, again, this is like looking at your worth in relationship to the world in a different way. Um, then you're able to get into these places, and you're able to, access them only if you're pursuing your heart, though, because they had me take both the Emperor and the King of Wands and put them down, and then both of those cards are on top of it. So it's like with whatever route you go, they're all saying, pursue your heart, right? Yeah, because you got the 5 of Wands and the Star card. So here's the conflict energy between the head and the heart. And the Star card is rejuvenation. This is it's Aquarius energy. So it's about doing things differently, breaking the kind of being a rebel, breaking the rules of the mind. The human mind says this is what you should do. When we go to our higher mind, which that's the star in the sky, we go to our higher mind, connect with our higher self and spirit, and go, what is it that I want to do? Not what I'm supposed to do. What is it that my heart is pulling me to do? Not my mind, my heart, right? And I feel like this is the big thing with all of this is that if you again, just I keep repeating the same thing they're saying. If you choose your heart and you follow your heart, you'll get in, you'll do well. If you're choosing your mind, it's being shut down because it's a time to follow your heart, not your mind. And this is happening for you, that's coming in. Yeah. Because you even got the 5 of Swords, which is again conflict energy between the head and the heart, and the Page of Swords, which is being curious, seeing things from a higher perspective. So again, it's like the same message over and over again that's coming in here. So I feel like you got it. All right, I get it already. So it's about figuring out what is it that my heart wants, because I feel like this is the time in your life for this change. And they keep bringing it up, and when they do that, it's because it's a very important time of transition. Big decision points are coming your way, for this, so, that's why they keep emphasizing it. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one here. This one here, alright, and you have I love it. So you've got a little snail, slow down. It's a snail riding a wave, though. And it says, "A wave of slime washes away my anger and replaces it with gooey, sticky love that leaves a trail. You're welcome." So this is the anger, which is what comes from the mind, right? Is being replaced with love. And so that's what we're talking about, right? It's not doing you know, what we feel we're supposed to do so we don't feel angry at ourselves or fear other people get angry with us, and find out where our heart wants to lead us. So I love it. What a perfect card for that. So hopefully that helps. That is what they have for number 2. And then for number 3, we're at 3844. So here is for that one. And what significant events are coming into your life? Which aspect and anything else? All right. Let's take a look here. So, what significant events are coming in your life? Okay, it looks like they are going to tell you about 2. What aspect of your life are they in? Got that one and that one. And anything else that you need to know about them? Okay, boom, boom. All right. So the first thing what's coming in here, we got a little triumph, a little 6 of Wands, victory energy coming in here. So there's a great success kind of energy. And we do have it with the 5 of Swords. So we just had this. I put it back in the middle of the deck. It came out again here for you. This is for something that you've been battling between your head and your heart. Obviously, this feels like career, that you do have this victory, and by victory, I feel like it's the clarity comes in, you know what you want, and you're excited about pursuing it. So you do, based on current energies, you do have this um, event. And I feel like it is an event because been so much turmoil, like, for probably this entire year so far, right? I think it started at the beginning of this year. Here we are almost, um, 4 full months in, right? It's like, I just wanna know, I need to make a decision, and then when I do, I know I'll be full force behind it, but when I'm not sure I wanna go, I wanna make sure first, right? And I get it. So I like that. What else do they want you to know about that here? Yeah, Queen of Pentacles, so nurturing yourself, following your heart, this is the mother nature, mother nurture, choosing for you, you end up discovering what it is in your heart you want to do, and you end up choosing it. And that is a victory feeling because you're like, everybody, I know this might upset you, and I apologize up front if it does, but this is what I want to do with my life. And they're like, what? A comedian? I'm just kidding. You're like, but a bunch. No. All right, so I like that for you. The second thing we have here, yeah, we've got this, 9 of swords. There's this letting go of some fears, some nightmares, some insomnia. So something you've been fearing, 9 is like an ending energy, so something that's you've been fearing and been, in addition to a career, something else. What does this got to do here? You got the Strength card, which is this courage to step forward regardless of the fear. So there's something that you've been fearing to do, and you do it anyway, even with you fearing. And there's this abundance that comes in, the bravery that comes in. And it's like when we face our fears, we're like, wow, I'm not afraid of that anymore. And it's kind of like if you've ever had a nightmare that you have repeating nightmares. I had a couple of them when I was a child and into my early, well, probably my 8, 9, 10, probably my early pubescent years. Um, and there was like three that I had, and I can remember all three of them because it was more the emotion, but more than what it was. But when I faced it each time, one was beating up a witch that would always attack me when I went into this basement. I couldn't keep myself from going in the basement. When I faced it and I opened up her coffin that she would always pop out of. This time I went to it and I opened it up because I knew she was in there, and I grabbed her and I started throwing her around and beating her up, and I threw her back in there and slammed it down. I never had the after that, right? And another one, I would, there was this door. I was in this Chinese restaurant. It was weird. Everyone's on the little tables, sitting down, Indian style, and eating all that, eat their food. And I was up on this, I don't know, it was like an upper, they had an upstairs, and I was on these stairs, and I would kind of flow down. But here, there was no walls or anything in the outside. There was nothing. It was just like kind of blank, but there was a door, and like a door frame, and there was a door, and you could see through the doorway, and there was a big eye, something big with a big eye looking at me, and it would always and I'd wake up. This time I looked on the other side of the door because it could just come around. It didn't need to come through the door. There was no wall, right? But when I looked over, it was this big blue blob, furry blue thing with a big eye. And as soon as I saw what it was, then I wasn't scared of it. And it went away. So it's like facing your fears with these, then the fear goes away is what they wanted. I feel like they wanted to give you some visuals with those. So it's like, here we go. I'm having the strength to go forward. Let's see if they'll tell us what this is about. Wow, you got the Queen of Pentacles above on that other one, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and you've got creation here too. The Empress, which is also that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, birthing from emotion, energy, and stepping forward here in this divine feminine energy. But I feel like the career thing is one, I wanna choose my career, but I feel like this other is like you're stepping forward in a lot of areas of your life going, "I'm gonna decide for me," and I feel like relationship, like, I'm gonna choose who I wanna marry, or, right? Maybe, um, the career, right? And where I wanna live, what I wanna do. And it's like this independence kind of energy because it's like you're stepping into your, divine feminine power. And, um and there's a brave step forward. It just feels like it's hitting every area of your life. Because once you decide with one, you're like, "What have I got to lose? I might as well just go all out and have them mad at me for everything, not just one thing." That's alright. That's everyone's choice if they choose to do it or not, you know? But I feel like that's an important year of you choosing for you energy, not trying to please everyone else. This is a huge year for that. You also have "I stay grounded by any means necessary." Yeah, I love it, the ostrich. It's interesting, I learned about ostriches. They don't stick their head in the ground out of fear. They actually have their eggs underground. There's that mother energy. Uh-oh, are you gonna become a mom? But there's this, they, bury their eggs, and then they move them around to keep them cool or, um yeah, I think to keep them cool. But they're sticking their head in the ground to move their eggs around, and then that's it. So, I love that. So, hopefully that helps. It's not out of fear, it's out of nurturing that they're sticking their head in the ground. And although it may seem to others that they're sticking their head in the ground to be oblivious or, out of fear, no, that's not how it's going at all. People don't know. Um, People will always have their own opinions, right? So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thanks for all the thumbs up again. I am so grateful for that. Yum, yum. All right. So up next, we got two from Maria P, and then Reppy's shorts will be up after that. So, Maria, we're at 4717 is for your first one. Let me get into that PayPal. It's all over here. There we are. Let's see what we got to going on here. Shuffle these up. And so Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. See what is going on with the whips, the waltzer, the waltzer. I was trying to think of a way, and then say, what is he up to do today? Yeah, that's what you're asking. And then anything on the dark side that we can know about? What's coming up next for you guys next week? What's coming up for you at work next week? Will you get a call to invite you to the round 3 interview? And what is it that made you go to the 3rd round? All right. So we've got Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today. Yeah, he's kind of back in his head here with the Justice card. You got the little Ace of Swords, trying to balance out their thinking around the relationship. I just feel like they're um, in big thinking mode, just a lot to balance out in their head. And so weighing out this and that and seeing what is this about? Are they doesn't it doesn't feel like specific things. I just feel like they're whoops, excuse me, just jumping around, in different subjects. It doesn't feel like they're like zeroed in on a specific thing and lost in their mind about it. I feel like they're just kind of bouncing back and forth. And I feel like there's a lot going on around them today. We'll find out here. You want to know what's going on. But I feel like they're just trying to balance out, what they want, what they don't want in their relationship, what they feel you want and don't want in their relationship. And but then they get distracted off by something and then they try to come back and think about things and off they go again. So what is he up to today? Yeah, I feel like there is this, here's the hanged man. They're in this kind of pausing transformation, cocooning in a way kind of energy. But I feel like they're doing a lot of stuff around the house. And I feel like there's people over. And so there's a lot of activity in between them doing their tasks. They're kind of in a task mode kind of energy. But it feels like family and some family or friends are over, more so for their son and for the dragon, and he's kinda keeping himself busy. Don't feel like it's anyone that he's, like, best friends with or anything. So he's like, I'm gonna do this, I'll be right back," and he goes off to do just his project, and then he wanders back in for a little bit, and then he wanders back out. So that's interesting. Updates on the dark side. Yeah, we've got the 9 of cups, which is like the emotional dream come true energy. So I feel like, there is this, and of course you feel that's unfulfilled right now. But I feel like, um, this is why he's thinking about this balance of relationship energy and all this is he's trying to figure it out. And so I feel like this is just, the universe's way of saying, it's going to work out exactly as that's perfect for you. So trust, just trust, you know, um, focus on what you do have in this moment. What wishes are coming true in the moment? Because the more you focus on what you're grateful for the wishes that are coming true now, you get more wishes that come true. If you're focusing on what wishes are not coming true, you get more things not coming true. So it's important. What's coming up for you next week? We got the Knight of Wands. Ooh, the fire horse. Passion, 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 and movement. And so be aware, right? Whenever we're getting this passionate energy flooding in, it can be very romantic, passionate action together in doing things. With each other, to each other, whatever, la la la, I don't wanna know. But it can also be heightened energy, right? When the heat is there, it can go in a pleasurable, fun, joining way or a hissing fight energy, so be aware of that for next week. Feel like it's leaning towards the other right now, but it's there, so just be aware. And then what's coming for you at work next week? You got the 10 of Pentacles, abundance. You've been getting this fullness, fullness, fullness energy and abundance and Queen of Pentacles and the Empress and 10 of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, all of this, you got all this abundance that's flowing in. If you haven't checked out that Abundance Where It Be podcast, that my episode, the one before this last one, 14, I really because I feel like there's all this abundance piling up at your city gates, but your inner child's not letting it in. And I feel like that's important for you to look at that, because that's what's keeping all this abundance and all this stuff coming in is your inner child goes, "We don't deserve that yet." That could be impacting your relationships, your money, your job, your body, all of that it can impact. So I feel really guided to have you look at that. Will you get that call to invite you to the third round interview? Got the King of Wands. Yeah, up to you with this King of Wands. It's a positive energy. I feel like this is like leaning towards a yes energy. But it's also saying that it lines up with you, your energy, what you're focusing on, right? Again, if I focus on gratitude for what is, if I focus in on lack, then it pushes it further away. But I do feel like it will. The matter of when it comes in has to do with your energetic focus, right? So I like that. But still, I have that underneath your other 10 of Pentacles, which points me to that Six of Pentacles energy that we talk about in that podcast, which is that rate of exchange when my little inner child feels I have to give 10,000 success coins to get one back. It it doesn't let things in until it feels we've overgiven to the world. Okay, now you can have one coin. Opens it up, it comes in, they reset back to zero, got to earn 10,000 again. So I feel like it's important for you. What is it that made you go to the 3rd round? You've got, it's interesting that it came in here, um, the sharing. You have the 4 of Pentacles energy, but it came up in reverse, which I normally don't read those, but they really wanted to zero in on it. A willingness to share more resources, feelings, or space. So it was like this willingness to learn, this willingness to share, and I feel like in that, I feel like with what you shared and you were honest, I feel, and you were um, sincere, that you came across as sincere in what you were sharing. So I feel like they really like that. So that's what they have for those. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here for that one. Then we'll go on to your second one. So for this one, you've got looking to stay up here for a bit. I hold on to the good and let go of past troubles. There's a tree house here somewhere, I hope, because you're climbing up a tree, trying to get up there. You're letting the old go. You're moving up, right? There, you're holding on to the good, not the stuff that's not happening, right? This gratitude tree, it's about growth. So I like that. Right. So that was what we have for the first one. We'll circle back for number two here in a momentito. We got Wilder wandering in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. So unless I don't think anyone else came in since then. No. All right. So Maria, for number two, we're at 5613 for you here. So here's your second donation with your time stamps. Let's get into that here. There we are. Take another quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, see, you want a more deeper dive for work and love relationship with Wally. Your phone corrected it to deeper diva. I want a more deeper diva, for work and for love relationship with Wally. I love it. All right. I love autocorrect. It creates such wonderful experiences. All right. So, let's see here. What do they want you to know more about work here? Okay, and then about relationship with Wally. I feel like we're gonna do it the same, right? Is that what you're telling me? Yep. And this one's the one. All right. So, for work, for the work diva, we do have the judgment card. Yeah. And the emperor again. You know, I feel like we've got this before, and we're getting this quite a bit coming up for when we're asking about work, right? Because the judgment card is it's like the angel or your higher self blowing the horn, trying to raise you from the dead. This is like the calling, like how we get a calling. It's we're being pulled into what our life intention is kind of energy, which is from the heart, right? It's how do you uniquely want to share your heart with the world? And the emperor does the same thing. This is they cleared the throne room. They get all of this out of the mind of what the mind is saying you should do, need to do, have to do, must do. And so he clears the throne room so he can have the silence to sit with his heart to figure out what it is he wants to do. Then he makes a plan and then takes action behind it. So I feel like they're saying, that work thing that you're doing now is a distraction. It's a comfort zone. It's, good for now, but that's not your dream. You're going to end up being like, oh, I need more. I need more. And you'll get there. When our fears outweigh the ugly feeling of not being true to our calling, then we don't take action. But when that ugly feeling of not feeling like we're living our calling and we're just existing, when that outweighs our fears, that's when we take action. So, unless something huge happens in our life that just shoves us into it, but that's 98% of the time, it's when we eventually get sick of being where we're at and we want something more. Underneath that, okay, yeah. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, like a tower moment. So you might be having a tower moment coming up. Like, don't make me. You do have the Knight of Swords, which is the quest for clarity, trying to figure out what that is. But let me see if I can get this to focus. If you guys ever look at the tower, there's one person that is jumping out. So they're jumping out head first like this. the other person was blasted out. And it's wonderful because if we listen to spirit, if we listen to our heart, we can hear the countdown of tower moments where something's about to be blown, out of our lives, right? And we can jump out beforehand. We can end something earlier and not wait for the tower moment to have something removed. But don't feel bad if you wait because most humans love the electric shock treatment of the lightning bolt of the tower. We want to just, hang out there as long as possible before we get blasted out. So, there is going to be, and what that tower moment is, it would be something happens at work eventually down the line where because it's time for us to go. It's like an eagle. Probably have heard me say this before. An eagle, they build these craggly nests that aren't conducive for an egg or little eaglet, but they align it with a lot of comfortable things, furs and plants and cloth and whatever to make it nice, cozy, comfy, not rigidy, perfect for eggs and little baby eagles. And so they hatch and they grow and they get to be teenage eagles where it's time for them to learn to fly, but it's so comfortable in that nest that they're like, "No, it's okay. Can you just continue to bring room service?" They fly and bring food to us, and it's nice and cozy. We're just gonna stay up here, all right? And they're like, "Oh, yeah, it is a little too comfortable. So let's make it a little more uncomfortable for you to make the leap, right?" So they start ripping out the cloth and the furs and all that to where they're with all the craggly stuff. And they're like, fine. And they get up on the side of the nest because it's more comfortable. They get up on the branches and they're just like, fine. And they stop bringing in as much food so that it encouraged them, come follow us. And after they make the first leap and they learn to fly, then they're like, "All right, let's go," and then they go off on their own. And that's the kind of energy I feel here. If you don't pursue your dream, your heart, it'll start becoming more uncomfortable. I don't feel like you'll get fired or anything from your job, so don't worry. It feels more like it just becomes uncomfortable and uncomfortable. It just doesn't feel satisfying, and it might even be any drama or anything. For me, it was like I just the pleasantry in doing my customer service job I was doing before I left after 20 plus years at a company. It was like, if I have to do another one more policy review, I'm gonna poke my eyes out. When you get to that point of like, I can't stand this anymore. And it's not that it was a, difficult thing. It's an emotional thing that happens, right? And yeah, because it's an emotional thing that happens. You just feel low about the job. You just don't feel satisfied by it eventually. So there is a dream out there. I feel like you'll get clarity on what that is coming up. And then love relationship with Wally. Yeah. So what do we got going on here? Yeah, I like this. So we got the star card. Here's a dream come true, a hope. I like that, you know, we've got the lying, whoops, wrong one, the lying, deceit, cheater card, but it was reversed, which is accountability. What does it say? True remorse emerges along with the willingness to take responsibility for past actions. But I feel like this is facing the fears of what the big thing that causes trouble in your relationships, right? Which is, um, I am afraid someone's gonna lie and deceit and cheat on me, right? Which is a mirror. How are you lying and cheating and deceiving Wally? How are you lying and cheating and deceiving yourself, right? I know for me, when I ended up with people who this isn't saying Wally's gonna cheat on you, but this is just you're facing that fear. But, I realized I was cheating on them. I was cheating on myself with them because I was looking for my worth from them instead of myself. So this is the relationship I'm supposed to, or not supposed to, but is where our self-worth comes from. Self is self, not everyone else, right? That's retail price, and when we define ourselves by the outside world, then that's where the cheating comes in. We're cheating ourselves because we're giving our value away instead of reinforcing it, right? So I like that. Underneath this for us, yeah, we've got the making plans and yeah, I like this. So you have the 8 of Pentacles, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and it's a transformational energy. And the 2 of Wands is it is where we focus our energy, grows and expands. So that's always a great message that you get for really anything, right? It's whatever you focus on grows, whatever, that happens. And so there is this transformative energy that's coming in your guys' relationship, and you get to choose which way do I want to go with this. Because it's not the relationship is not just going to kind of stumble along and become, it's putting in the work of like, what do I want? Then I'm going to make plans on how can I improve my relationship. Let's read the language of love together and discover each other's language of love. Let's learn how to communicate with each other. Relationships are probably one of the hardest challenges for a human, from our human perspective, and learning to communicate, it takes, um, because we come from such different worlds, we can't expect to, you know, have someone let's see, what were they gonna say? Someone from Alaska and someone from Africa, like South Africa, being put together on a boat and say, "Get along," and they don't speak the same language. They, come from completely different environments and, weather and everything else, and culture and history, and it takes work for them, to communicate and get together, and that's what's important here. Yeah, and I like this. You got the Knight of Wands. There is movement energy coming here. Again, here's passion energy, but I feel like it's a time to take action yourself and go, how do I want to grow this relationship? So there we go. I know that was extra deep. And let's see what your fortune cookie is, and then we will circle back eventually for your free reading as well. Just put those cards back in. Boom, boom, boom. And for your fortune cookie, for this one, what do we got? You have, I may be stressed, sleep deprived, and anxious, but I am still a unicorn. I love these. You are unique. And I like that. That's that energy. You're unique, but so is Wally. So is everyone. Get curious about who we are ourselves and get curious about who someone is, not assuming we know who they are. It's like that person in Alaska assuming they know who this person from South Africa is and vice versa. No, you don't. You have no idea. Get to know them, right? So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right. So I did have some more come in here. Let me do some quick shout outs. We'll get back into the readings here. So we've got Lauren and Lauren of Light in the House. Hey, good to see you. Thank you. I do see your donation that came through Zcash app. Get you on the list here. There's a couple that got in there before you. So I'll give you guys an update where who's on the list and when. Oh, we have Sean G in the house too. Hey. Good to see you. What's this dinosaur? That's how I feel today. Today's one of those achy days. I started walking again, and today was my first workout day back after hurting my muscles in my body, and I am feeling it. So thank you, Sean, for your donation via Zcash app. We got you on there, and then also we have Marissa. Hey, Marissa. Good to see you. And I do have your donation via Z PayPal. So we got that there. And I think your question is probably in there. Yes. All right. Let me just put that in here. I can type that real quick. General. Love for me. All right. So I think that is all of these. Make sure I got them all here. So happy to see everyone. Welcome, welcome. And we've got Sanja. Hello. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome, welcome. We'll get you on the list and then I'll add your question when I see it. So where we're at here, let's see where we're at. Only an hour and 10 minutes. So we'll eventually do free readings. So hang in there, everybody. I do donations do get priority. Usually about 2.5 hours in. If I haven't got to any free readings, I'll kind of step away from donations to finish 30 minutes of free readings, then go back and finish donations, and then go back and finish all the free readings. We're only at an hour and 10, so I still have an hour and 20 minutes or so. So it's gonna be a little bit. If you need to go do live, I get it. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings by name and the timestamp. So if you come back, you can find your name, click on it, take you right to your reading. So if you guys need to do that, please do. Please hang out if you'd love to. I learned so much from the readings myself. So all right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. I'm gonna take another sip and then we're gonna dive back in here. So the order now, we've got Reppy's Shorts next, then Shanji, and then Marissa, and then Lorna of Light, and then Sanja will be up after that. All right, so let's jump in. So Reppy's Shorts, we're at 111.41. So there we go. And so you want to know, what is the advice of your spirit guides regarding this specific problem of raising your vibration and keeping it as high as you can? Seems difficult sometimes. I know, right? And everyone in the the chat goes, "Yeah, you're not alone." We are in a giant amusement park full of fear rides. Um, and so it's very easy for us to get pulled out into all the activity of the outside world with our human built the way it is, when our inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, whoop, it will go into reaction mode. So we'll take a look here. I feel like they're pointing towards, you know, the more that we can um, question our fears that trigger us into low vibration, not out of judgment, not out of need to or have to or any expectations, but we can take a look with no expectations to change anything. Because when we go in with that, then that takes us in a different direction. It takes us into judgment and we just keep beating ourselves up, right? But if we go in, just going, I'm going to take a look see and discover what those fears are. Um, because a lot of them might not be conscious of because they're down in our subconscious. If when we spend time with our inner child and we spend time with spirit saying, you know, I say, like, I focus 80-90% of my time on unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude and, play. That grows that, because whatever we focus our energy on is what grows. And then I spend 10 to 20% of my time on shadow work. I focus on the stuff that's going, "Hey, hey, 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 hey," the stuff that comes up, and I'm like, "All right, you're asking for me to look, let's take a look," right? Um, and then once we take a look and we get to the root of the motion below the belief that's triggering, transforms, and then it doesn't become a trigger anymore. And the more we let go of that, that helps lower the amount of time we're in lower vibration, and then we're in higher vibration more and more of the time. So I love that. I have a free podcast called The Easier Path, because it's not an easy path. But we can make it an easier path. We talk a lot about, the challenges um, of, the drama and trauma we experience that take us into lower vibration. We talk about, why the humans do what they do, but spirit's perspective and hints from spirit on how to make that an easier path. So the link to all that's down in the description area or on my main page channel of YouTube at the top if you're interested. It's all free. So that can help too. All right. Advertisement over. It's not an advertisement, but the great tools in there. I love what they share because I learn, like I said, a bunch. But let's take a look here and see what else they want you to know here. Right. And this here too. All right. So, yeah, I love this. You do have the world card here, the last card in the major arcana. It is this wonderful celebration energy, and it is about an end of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So I feel like the one of the first things that they're telling you here is celebrate, where you are, that there's not an expectation that you need to be at high vibration 100% of the time, or 90 or 80 or 70 or 60 or any percentage. Sometimes that is the thing that keeps us this feeling of lack, right? I'm supposed to be a high vibrational being down here. How what, um and we judge ourselves for not, those moments of feeling those things we shouldn't be feeling. But really, there is, from spirit's perspective, there is no right feeling or wrong feeling, better or worse feeling. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And we're down here to experience life. We have perfect high vibration. We experience it, we are a high vibrational being ourselves, right? Our higher self. And it's just a little less vibration than the creator, because that's what allowed us to separate from them so they could experience themselves through us looking back at them. And then we have all these other vibrations of who we are, so we can look back at ourself, and then the creator. So we're here on purpose to experience low vibration, and so it's okay when we do, and it's actually why we're here. But we're also here to experience what it might feel like to be at a higher vibration in a low vibration environment, but it's all about exploring. Like, we're a perfect mountain and we come down here to wander around to see ourselves more clearly. It's like this tapestry over here. If it was all beige, you wouldn't see this design. If it was, or this design really. And if it was all black, we wouldn't see all of these that are around it here. So it's the contrast between lower and higher, light and dark, all the contrasts that we have, that we experience and understand ourselves more. So I feel like that's important to know there, the advice of that there's a problem of raising our vibration. When we see it as a problem, the problem's in here, not in the vibration. It's my belief around something that's keeping me low. And especially that I need to be something different than I am is a lack energy. So if I'm not in gratitude for the vibration I'm in right now, then I'm taking myself into lower vibration by focusing on the lack of who I am. Um, and believing that I need to be more. We're already perfect everything. We're just kind of discovering who we are and burning away that which is not us so we can see ourselves more clearly. Wow, I love that. So celebrate, what a wonderful, wonderful adventure you've been on, and you've had so many experiences, and it's always been perfect because we come down here to experience and we're always experiencing. So perfection, we've hit our goal every second, 'cause that's why we're here. We're not here to, "Okay, I need to save the world," or, "I need to achieve this," or, "I'm failing." There's none of that from spirit. That's all human contrast comparison. "I need to know where I stand." It's a human thing. It's not real, it's not true. Creator's like, "Isn't it cute how you guys think there's a grade? This is just a voluntary creative writing class or creation." I love this story that Spirit gave me once about an art class. And the story starts off where we're sitting and we're painting, and we look to the right and someone's doing woodwork, and we're like, hello, don't you realize you're supposed to be painting?" And they're like, "No, it's a wood class." And you're like, "No, it's a painting class. You're supposed to be painting." And then you're like, "Oh, some people." And then you look to your left, and it's someone that's doing clay, and you're like, "Oh my god, don't you guys know what you're supposed to be doing?" And they're like, "No, it's a clay class." And you're like, "No, it's a painting class." And they're like, "No, it's a wood class." And you're like, and then there's this argument going on, and the teacher comes over, and they're like, "What is going on back here?" And we're like, "I wanna get a good grade. This is a painting class, right?" And they're like, "No." And they're like, "See, it's a wood class." They're like, "No, it's not." And they're like, "Oh, it's a clay class." "No, it's not." They're like, "This is a free class that has no grade, that you're just learning to express yourself in whatever way you want. So that person over there is doing poetry. You guys are doing it your way, but it's all about learning who you are and expressing yourself." And it's like, wow, what an eye-opening kind of experience. So that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else they have here for you. Got the Four of Cups. Yeah, this is telling us about the three cups of the outside world aren't fulfilling. It's our inner love. The three cups are relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, high vibration, right? Or our things, our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions. So relationships, situations, and things. But the external world is empty compared to when we go inward and upward and connect with that beautiful, eternal, unconditional love. No conditions. And this is what, we get bored with the outside world, but it all is about the more we turn inward and upward and become that chalice and fill up with that love from above, that's where our high vibration comes from. So it's not like I said, it's not a problem, um, because it's just is. Life in the outside world just is. It only becomes a problem if we have a story that it's a problem. And that story is an opinion that comes from humanity, not from creator. They're like, it's perfect. You're at the perfect vibration always, because we're all vibrations always. We're down here as a human experiencing all these we have billions of expressions of our higher self happening all at the same time. Humanity, this is one of the few places we're disconnected and we're not aware of all those other billions of lives. We're so consumed with our this lower vibrational experience that we don't realize it, but we're experiencing all the vibrations everywhere always. So they're like, "There's no wrong. It's just you're hitting, different experiences. We're eternal. We're gonna hit them all. So just enjoy what you're experiencing. You'll experience something else in another lifetime, even within this lifetime." So I like that. You have the King of Swords, who's the master storyteller. So it's all about the story. Like we said, they're talking about, whatever happens in the outside world comes in here. We apply the story to it. If we're not consciously choosing what the story is, then we go on autopilot and we choose old stories. And if there's still lower vibrational stories there that say that this thing means this, then there's an emotional energy that goes with it and a physical action energy and an overall spiritual energy that goes with it. And if it's lower vibrational, we get to experience low vibration after we're done with it. We're like, I don't really want to feel that anymore. Well, let me reprogram myself. Let me apply a different story to this situation on what it really means and what it don't mean, right? So I like that. And then you have the Sun card and the Seven of Wands. Yeah, both of these cards give me sun energy, one during the day, one at night. And, the Sun card is about shine bright, don't ask permission to shine, don't dim your light. Just be. And the Seven of Wands for me is that too, is shining bright, and we don't have to defend ourselves. We're just gonna shine bright and be who you are. And sometimes there can be some clouds that pass in front of the sun, and that's okay. Um, we enjoy the experience, and then we can burn them away if we want. But the underlying energy can be judgment, self-judgment, right? Like, "Oh, I'm not being the perfect vibrational being I'm supposed to be." And that's the supposed to, should, need to, have to, must energy. That's you know, that sucks the life out of our lives, right? Got the Page of Cups, the Eight of Wands. And you got all this beautiful energy that flows in here, the 8 of Wands, but the Page of Cups is all about the self-love. All the energy flows through our self-love, and, everything is a reflection to us, reflecting back to us our level of self-love we have in the moment, and, I feel like it's keep it simple is what I'm hearing for you. Just keep it simple. Every moment is either of unconditional love or a cry out for unconditional love. And when you become aware of what that is for yourself, then, you know, you can adjust it if you want, but there's no expectations. So hopefully that helps. Let's give you your fortune cookie here. So I just gave your donation a love and a like there. I didn't do that. How rude. All right, let's take a look here. What's your fortune cookie say to? Yeah, I am my own lucky star. Look at that. You're this is you. You're not the human. This is like remember who you really are. You are a powerful, eternal, amazing spirit being made of unconditional love. And this is just one of the characters we're playing, but the actor behind this character we're playing, powerful, eternal, perfect, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you at Rippy Shorts. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Sanja. Dear Bretta, I love it. So I'll grab that. I'll get your question on there. And then Sean, I see your free question. We'll get you added onto that list here too. All right. All right, and then you're up next here. So let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Got to stay hydrated. Well, I got to stay dehydrated and drink my coffee. Cheers, cheers. Don't worry, I got a big jug of water here that I'll move to when I finish my coffee. All right. So, Sean, we're at 127.22 for your timestamp here. Boom, boom. So, any message from your higher self with the dinosaur? I love it. The Brontosaurus. Let's take a look here. So, your higher self with the dinosaur. And this here. All right. I feel like those three. All right. So, what do we got here? I love this. The friendship card, the Three of Cups, is joy, celebration, gathering. Well, it's not necessarily gathering information, but it's joy and celebration. But it also represents your spiritual posse. And I like this because it's like you have a dinosaur spirit guide that's among the group, and they're like I'm seeing it in my head, right? In my mind's eye that because whenever I connect with my spirit guides, when like I meditate, I feel like I appear in the middle of this crowd. Like it'd almost be like it's a stadium, but the stadium just is endless. It just the seats just keep going to where I can and see where it ends. And that's how many spirit guides and people, right? Beings of unconditional love and light that are interested in our adventure, and they're all watching because we can watch multiple. It's like watching multiple channels all at the same time. We can be involved in watching all these billions of lives all at the same time. We're capable of doing that. But what's funny is like I saw you, and here's all this massive group, and when we said, "Yeah, tell us about the dinosaur," I just saw this giant neck go, "What?" Like, "You wanna talk to me?" So, here they are. You do have a dinosaur, spirit guide that's taking the form of a brontosaurus for you right now. Gentle, gentle soul, gentle giant energy that's coming in here. And they're like, yeah, just realize how much support you have here on the other side. that even a dinosaur was hidden until we called them out to be spoken, and here comes the giant, "Hey." So what do we wanna know here? You have the Queen of Wands, yeah. So I like this Queen of Wands energy. You are so powerful, and you're so connected to the spirit world, and um, you have such a strong connection, um, but I feel like they're saying you can call home more often, not in the physical world, said you can connect to us more often because we are so supportive. We're so much wanting to be there for you, and we are around you, but we honor your free will, and you try to do everything on your own. They're like, "We get it. We probably would do the same thing." But they're like, "But we're available." And I feel like they do bring you a lot of signs and synchronicities to have you remember that they're there. Repeating numbers, dinosaurs, right? Dinosaur pictures. But I feel like there's we're here, you can call on us more often because 'cause we're around you 24/7, even though there's no time on their side. They're like, "You're 24/7, we're always around you, always. You're never alone. You're surrounded by all these beings." Um, and so in comparison to that, the minutes you ask of us and, consult us compared to how many you could, you have plenty of minutes. It's a free phone plan. They're so funny. You've got the 4 of Pentacles. Yeah. So there is this, solid foundation of your worth, and I do feel like they're kind of saying here, um the more time you spend connecting with us, the more you realize your pricelessness. You realize that these outside things don't define you, that you realize this eternal, unconditional loving being that you are, and you see yourself from this different perspective. And the solid foundation of your worth comes in, and the outside world doesn't draw you out to it. You've got the hermit. So it's like they're having this little, not an expectation or anything, but it's an invitation. It's like a personal invitation to spend some specific secluded time connecting with them. And underneath that, let's see, what do they have here for you? Oh my gosh, yeah. Because they have the Ace of Wands. It's like they have a gift for you, an energetic gift, an upgrade they have here for you. And it is a new beginning. It's a new energy. It's a new passion. Could even be a new spiritual gift that opens you up. And they're like, "We have this for you." Yeah, it almost seems a little creepy. "We have a little gift for you. Come alone with us." You're like, stranger danger. But they're not strangers. You've known them for forever. You also have the Four of Cups. Yeah. So there's this stagnancy, that they, again, this gift that they're offering you, this Ace of Cups, that's coming in. It's like the outside world is becoming feeling more and more stagnant for you and like bored of that. Just, like it says, melancholy, just kind of like, ugh, life is beginning to feel like work. And I like this, return of this gift of the chalice that you the self-love. And again, this, when they give you and this comes in for you, I feel like this gift comes in, you just get energized with remembering who you really are. And I love that this dinosaur is like they're raising, they're such big, amazing energy, the brontosauruses are like, "Wow, you have the bird's eye view. I trust that you know the way because you can see the paths more clearer." And they're like, "Yeah, you can trust me." Wink, wink. Let's see, and then you got these 3 cards. Yeah, you have the Magician, which does tell you that you have everything inside of you already. There's nothing that you are without. You are here as that magician, how they oops. this is our higher self when they have the infinity symbol. So you're drawing, and here's that Ace of Wands, right? You're drawing in this. You're the conduit, bringing it down to earth. And they're like, remember your why, and we'll help you remember your why as you connect with us, because you wanted to share this love with the world in your own special, unique way, and you already have everything you need. There's nothing that you need more of. This is you filling up and overflowing out to the world like that chalice. It's not that you're needing anything more. It's you being you is all you need. Yeah, and you have the 10 of cups. Got this beautiful joy energy, this fullness of love within you that you can fill up and overflow. That's how the 10 of cups comes in. We have the 9 of cups, the 9 of the hermit. When we find our emotional energy, when we fill up and overflow, that's when we get the 10 of cups, where we flow out to the world, and there's this fullness that comes in this emotional abundance. Yeah. And you got the judgment card. Here's your higher self calling you alive, right? And to your calling. And that makes sense with what they're saying is, we're here to help you remember what you wanted to do, to come in here. You talk to yourself a lot in the shower. Neuroscientist. I was like, I wonder. That's funny. Yeah. Have you seen the TV series, the man in the high castle? Is it the man in the high castle? It's about a timeline where Germany won, uh, instead of losing the World War, and Japan and Germany have, taken over the entire world, and the United States is kind of split with, like, from the Rocky Mountains over, um, is like Japan is ruled by Japan, and the other is ruled by the Nazis. Oh, how fun. I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. Yeah, I love this. It's like, I'm not a unicorn, but it says, "You are unique, special, and for sure real." I love that. And so you got this whale-acorn, because it's a whale with it there, right? Oh, wow. Isn't that amazing? I love that. So definitely this communication, I feel like they wanna give you more here too. So I love that. I love that message for you there. Isn't that amazing? It just blows us away how much they wanna communicate, and then, like we were talking about, they show you signs that they're there, and those are signs that they're like, "Yeah, we're here to help you. We'll show you signs, we'll show you signs, we'll show you signs," and they will appear in a variety of ways. I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually. I think we had Rahul come in. Hey, Rahul, thank you so much. Yeah, what are the chances of that? It's like, what? When they said that you'll see both of them, and they're both there. That's crazy. Crazy good. I love it. All right. So I think that was everyone that came in. I got everyone else, I think. All right. So we'll continue on here for donations. We've got Marissa up next, and then Lauren of Light, and then Saja will be up after that. So cheers, cheers again. Thirsty today. All right. So Marissa, we're at 139.29. Here's your timestamp. So thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. And you like a general love for May. All right. Oh, thank you. Boom, boom. Cards just a flying out of the deck here. Got those. I feel like I want this one too. Not that one, but I do want that one. All right. And anything else here? right. 1, 2, 3 underneath. All right. So we got underlying energies for each two. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have the moon card coming in here. So I love this. I'm That was a big sigh. I need to breathe. I think we have storms coming in and the allergies are out. So I don't have asthma, but sometimes I wonder, like, I can't breathe. Um, but the full moon uh, in Scorpio is on May 1st. And I feel like that's important here with this moon energy because there's something that comes to the surface and big transformational energy. And I feel like r- pay real close attention to release energy and affirmations. I have the video that I put out making the most of this Scorpio full moon energy. Here, I'll throw it out here just for ease of use. But check that out. Or if you have already your full moon kind of rituals or things that you do, definitely do them about releasing something old to open up to something new, some emotion, because Scorpio water energy, this hidden with the moon card too, the hidden being brought up to be moved so that it makes space for something new to come in. Because I feel like there's an opportunity for love in May. You got the Full card, which is the beginning of a new adventure, and the 10 of Cups, which is a relationship energy. It's one of the relationship cards. So definitely there's this, you know, if we make the space for it, it can come in. Underneath the surface of that, yeah, you've got the 6 of Wands too, which is this victory, this being seen, kind of energy that comes in here too. So, I like this type of energy coming in because it feels like a victory energy, feels like you're being seen kind of energy. Uh, we'll see here if this is someone coming back from your past or someone new. We'll see if with the you got two more sets of two cards here with one card underneath for the underlying energies. So we'll see here. I didn't feel like it was someone coming back from the past. It does feel like a new adventure, but sometimes new adventures can be with someone. But let's see here. Yep, we do have the 6 of Swords and the 5 of Wands. So 5 of Wands is a little bit of drama energy, disagreement energy. Yeah, there's the child's father. But the 6 of Swords, is about leaving old ways of thinking behind, old ways of communication, and, um, and going from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, I do feel like there can be disagreements regarding love in May, but I feel like if you approach it differently, then, um, if you guys if you both approach it differently, right, then it can turn into not doing what we've always did and getting what we've always gotten. Underneath, though, that energy, you do have the Page of Pentacles. So the Page of Pentacles, I would say if I needed to confirm, is this a brand new opportunity or a kinda like a second chance kind of energy? That would be the Page of Pentacles, because that's like an 11. It's not an Ace of Pentacles, which is a new beginning. It's something returning. So I feel like that does represent them, or if there's anyone else, but it is a second try at something. But we have disagreements in the month of May, and there is an opportunity to change the way it approaches, uh, how you resolve and talk things out or not, right? And then your other ones here, yeah, you do have the 8 of Pentacles along with the Chariot. Yeah, there's a lot of, again, it's a victory energy, but it's a power of choice energy too. And the 8 of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, kind of, brings that around. Y- because we could choose, if I choose higher vibration, gratitude, unconditional love, and joy and laughter and peace and play, then it grows. If I focus in on what's not happening, what's not going right, what they're not doing, that just grows that, and that emptiness comes in. So it takes some work here that it can come through. Um, but we do have the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom that comes in here as well, like I was talking about, but they gave you the Page of Pentacles first. There can be a new start, a new beginning here, and I feel like I'm getting this energy of the power of choice is, so if you choose to look at your relationship with the child's father differently than you did before, and they're able to look at things differently, there can be this victory. If we choose not to, and we repeat the same patterns, I feel like there's a argument, there's an explosion, it ends, but then there is this opportunity, a new person comes in with this Ace of Pentacles. There's a new opportunity that can arise. So, we'll see how fast this argument takes to happen, because it does feel, and it's not necessarily that you would meet them in May, this new person, but I do feel like they're saying either way, there's not a destined person for you to be with. There's possibilities, right? And it's all up to you with your power of choice. If you haven't checked out in like my podcast, there's another one of my podcast episodes was about soulmates. I forget what the name of it was. I feel like it was a couple ago, maybe 13 or 12, number 12, but the title will be obvious. But if you want to check that out, it really goes into talking about, you know, um, what it looks like, the map, if we have a soulmate that no matter what we choose, we'll end up with someone and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. All right. That's your choice, right? But um yeah, big butt. It's a big butt. It just like kind of, I'm like, you may not want anyone else right now from your perspective where you're at, but you know, if they it ends up, blowing up and they end up being with other people again, at some point it's going to become where because you're developing your self-love and your self-worth to a point where you're like, stuff you accept, you won't anymore, you know? So just be aware. Let's see here. I like it. Your fortune cookie, two avocados, sharing a little drink that says, I appreciate sharing moments with loved ones in the same way I appreciate avocado toast. Sometimes smooth, sometimes rowdy, always a party. I love it. All right. So hopefully that helps. Marissa, that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. And let's take a look here. We got Charlene. Hey, Charlene from Alaska. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. Alaska. All right. So I think for donations, we have Lauren of Light up next, and then Sanja will be up after that. And then it's what I have for donations so far. So cheers, cheers. I think here, we're only at 1 hour and 50 minutes. So we're doing good. So, Lauren of Light, 149.26 is your timestamp. Thank you so much for your donation via the Cash App. Yay! Good to see you. Hello, hello. So let's take a look here. And let's see. So you got 1, 2, and then it went to 4, 5. So is it just Is that what is he thinking? What does he wanna do? Is that, like, what he wanna do, number 3? Alright. So, let us dive in here. You knew you felt him. So, for your first question, he texted you. Dun, dun, dun. What do you do? What shall you do? Well, let's take here, of course, from spirit's perspective, there's like they don't have like a should or supposed to. So what we'll do is we'll do if you respond, what energy? If you don't respond, what energy? Right. So if you respond to him, we've got these here. And if you don't respond to him, what kind of energy is there? Got these. Put this one. And do I want these two? I do want those two. All right. So, let's see here. So we have if you respond to them, yeah, we got the Ace of Swords. There is some new way of looking at things, new ideas that are coming with the Ace of Swords. Yeah, we got Deceit here, which can be, our own way, our old ways of doing things, right? Can deceive ourselves and, you know, our old ways of thinking can cheat us out of things. But let's take a look here. We do have the moon. There is some hiddenness with the moon, right? But there is some hidden things are revealed that come in with here too. And then we do have the Hierophant too, which is, seeing, getting clarity, seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. They are the master of change with that major arcana number 5. So it does feel here that it would be different this time, but it would be different because you're different. I don't feel it's different because they're different. I feel like you'll understand more of where they're coming from now because you're seeing things more clearly because you have clarity, right? But I feel like you're going to see some patterns. Like if you respond to them, um, it's not going to be all, oh, hey, honey, lovey, love. Yes, 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 yes. I'll take you back, whatever. You're going in with your eyes wide open, not with rose colored glasses on, right? Not with those eyes of love that were blinded to things, right? It's true. It's what happens with us humans. But I feel like you're going in with eyes wide open. Right. Like a black cat. Meow. Oh, like this black cat? Oh, you guys can't see it. The warrior with a black cat. So if you didn't see my shirt, is if you needed the black cat for your confirmation, there it is. It chose the shirt purposely to have a black cat on it tonight. Interesting. So I feel like you'd learn that. Let's see here. What if you don't respond? What kind of comes in here? Yeah, you have the 6 of Swords, which is again leaving choppy waters behind, going to smooth waters. You have the King of Pentacles. It's really, there is benefit to not responding, being true to yourself, feeling that fullness of your self-worth. You've got the 3 of Cups, focusing on joy and celebration and friends and connection to your spirit guides. And yeah, we do have the Tower, energy here that comes in with this as well, which if you don't respond, I feel like that's the fear of, I fear that if I don't respond, that I'll lose them forever, energy. So I feel like you face that, with this energy. Also, at the beginning, I talked about we've got Uranus moving into Gemini. So there's a lot of this kind of sudden energy coming in here too. But let's see that we got a couple more cards for this. I feel like these two cards are about that tower, but let's see what else we have for these others. Yeah, you got the Page of Cups, the Seven of Pentacles. So you got the patience, you got the self-love energy that you're focusing in on your self-love. There is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit energy, with that what's meant for me will never pass me by. Um, but I feel like you'd eventually reach out. I mean, you'd eventually reply back to them with this energy because it just feels like you're coming in from this place, like you're just talking about this place of self-love and fullness and joy, self-joy, joy that's not dependent on them, their actions, non-actions, words, or silence. And you're just like, all right, I'm just going to walk lightly into this. And I'm not going to be, rushing into this, deep conversation and da 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 da. It's more of a, hey, da 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 da. And you're like, what's going on? Where are you at in your life? Energy. And I mean, it's almost comes down to, right? If it's not, I'm doing things to change and dealing with this cycle that I have, right? That, there's this, well, this is what I need, right? It's you're prepared to talk about what you're needing in order to reconnect in a way. And that it's not just back to the way we were a couple weeks ago, right? It's like, no, we can never go back to that again. It has to look different, or that's not for me kind of energy, right? Under this tower, yeah, we've got here's the dream come true. This is my dream. I deserve this. I don't deserve this lack, this poverty approach here. I deserve my dream. I mean, when you have them next to each other, I deserve my dream. I'm not going to settle for poverty. And I like that because that's almost how it felt a lot, right? Especially in those times when, and that's the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold. My dream does not include that, right? Amen. My dream does not include being abandoned and left behind. My dream relationship, that's not on the list. So if you're not prepared to be able to not do that, then why are you texting me? Boom, boom. Right. So I feel like, there is that kind of that in between, right? It almost feels like it's not a yes or no. It's I am going to reply because you love him and it's who you are. You're going to text him back. That's funny. They're like, you're going to text him back, but it's in what spirit and with eyes wide open that you do. So I like that. You're like, good talk, good talk. All right, let's see what else we've got here. So number 2 is what is he thinking and feeling, and what is it that he wants to do, right? So let's take a look here, so you can go in with your eyes even more with clarity, right? So let's open this up and see what we got here. So right now, what is he thinking? Okay. What is he feeling? Okay. And then what is it that he wants to do? Do you want that? But these kind of fade out. I don't want that one. Do you want that one? All right. Okay, I do want that one too. All right. Yeah, so we got this underlying energy. We got the Ace of Cups, Um, we've got this, oh, you already did text him. So the replies and the responses, we'll see what's going on here. I'm proud of you for waiting that long. You're like, nope, don't start typing. He'll see that I'm typing. You're like, oh, he sees that I've seen it, but what happens? But so there is this underlying energy of this new love. So we'll see what this is about. So his thoughts first, what is he thinking? We got the Four of Swords. Wow, restoration. And let's see what the energy is underneath that too. Because we've got the mind. There's the thinking, right? That his mind is at rest in the moment, right? We talked about this, right? How when his mind is calm, then there's connection. But when bzz, 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 then that's when they fly off and go to another planet, right? Yeah. And we do have the chariot underneath the surface here. So feels like they want to take action, they want movement. This restoration, um, it's like in the moment, this is their choice. I feel like they are looking for, but that's interesting, right? It's like I want to restore where we were before, right? But I don't want a restoration. I want a new creation, right? I don't want you to restore this old painting that got damaged and I want it fixed up to where it's presentable again. No, I want a new painting, right? I like this new love on the bottom. No, I don't want old love. I want a new love, right? So interesting. Let's see here. And then their emotions. Yeah, they've got this Five of Wands energy. So there still is a little bit of that below there, right? This feels like with you right now with the texting, this is what we're looking at here. Um, I feel like this new love is more the energy underneath your reading, not so much what they're wanting, because this is what we're getting what they're wanting here. I feel like the spirit's message for you that's coming in here is this: you want new love, not old love restored. You want new love with them, not old love restored. I like that. Wow. Because their emotions, they've got this, they still are kind of conflicted between their head and their heart underneath the surface. Yeah, they're trying to balance things out here because, they got that imbalance energy that, is still happening. And they get the Six of Pentacles, which is that codependent, kind of energy that's there below the surface, right? Your overgivingness and they're missing that overgivingness. Their heart is like, I miss all that nurturing and all that support and all that love. And of course, the heart does, right? I remember they're flashing me back to with my first ex, and they were sitting in my living room because they came over to talk to me, and I purposely sat over in a chair, not on the couch next to them. I sit across the room, and they're like, "Why don't you come sit over here?" I go, "No, I'm fine over here." And they're like, "Well, I miss you and I wanna get back together," and I'm like, that because they had cheated on me in the first 6 months, and I didn't once you destroy my trust, it's kinda over, but, my my response was the cold Aquarius response. Once you screw over an Aquarius, it's hard to ever get them back. But I was, and this is the energy they're saying is, "Yeah, I would miss me too. You had it good, you were living with me, you didn't have to pay rent, I spoiled you rotten, I gave you all this love and all this trust, I never cheated on you, I didn't ever do this, I never did this." I'm like, "Yeah, I would miss me, I want a relationship with me," which is like, what a mirror later realizing that's the relationship I want is with me, my own self, right? That's the self-love, that's the chalice. But I like this, this awareness coming in here. It's like, yeah, they're going through Lauren withdrawals. It's like, yeah, I was a gift, a drug for you, and yeah, now you're needing your fix, but nope. The prices have gone up. All right, let's see here. What does he want to do? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, kind of energy here. We've got the Three of Cups, which is friendship and joy and celebration. Yeah, and the Queen of Cups. They want the joy back. They want all of your flooding of emotion. They want the good times, the good luck, kind of energy here. Because, and we talked about how they're realizing what a support and what a difference, what a bright light, Lorn of Light, you were in their life, and they're realizing how dark it is without you. And you're like, yeah, but you really brought this wonderful time of awareness that you've had now, right? So I like this. Let's see what's below that. We've got those three. What else do they want here? Yeah, they want new beginnings. It's like we talked about. This Ace of Wands, they want, passionate new beginning with you. The Nine of Wands, but they do have this, they want to try to break through the barrier that they've had here. Yeah, and they do want justice. They got the Justice card here. Clarity around the relationship, Libra energy that comes in here. They want to understand more what happened, and they do want to see things from a different perspective. So I do feel like they are tired of experiencing things over and over again, right? You are a rare diamond, absolutely, right? So I feel like they feel like I want to reboot, I want to restart again, right? Yeah. I feel like because we got those 3 cards on top, which is what the mind wants, which is, "I wanna go back to the good times, I wanna go back to this joy and, you're their friend too, and all of that nurturing and compassion and fullness of emotion you give." Um, but then the heart is like, "I want new beginnings, but I don't wanna keep going through all this all the time. I need, I need the mind." That makes total sense too, because that would be the heart going, "The mind needs to get a grip." The mind needs clarity on what a relationship is. The heart goes, "I know what it is," but they're not on the same page. They need this, right? So I feel like, the 2 sides of them are in conflict. The mind wants to go back to what that was. Um, yeah, and it can be. I mean, he has the option to, but they're independent, you know? What you're doing doesn't, um, doesn't how could we say that? It's independent, right? I mean, the energy that you're putting forward makes it easier or harder for them to do that, but it doesn't determine it. So that's a good way to say it. Right. So let's take a look here. You've got the next actions seen and unseen. All right, let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So, um, and you want to know their next action, right? Not yours. Um, so we got that. And then the seen and the unseen. Well, three seen, three unseen. All right. Yes. Love it. All right. So, the next actions we have here, we have the Page of Pentacles, the Judgment card. So I feel like here the next actions are they're going to ask for another opportunity with the Page of Pentacles to talk because this is calling. I mean, literally calling, like calling. Can we talk? I wanna talk through things. I would like another opportunity to talk. And yeah, because then here's that justice card coming out. Under the surface, it's because they want clarity, they want to see what's possible, what's not possible, to weigh things out, to talk through things, see where each of us stand, um, gain perspective, kind of energy that's here. So I feel like that's the next action. But what's the scene? Of course, what's the scene? Yeah, we got that new love energy, right? So we got that new love. We've got the star card. Yeah, rejuvenation, hope, energy. And we've got the intuition here, which still is, this energy. Yeah, this is all about you. Yeah, this is all you here. And, you know, I feel like here's that rejuvenation. Like, can we, I feel like the scene action is that they're wanting to try to do this, but with you still not living there. Because this high priestess card is with you still doing what you need to do, being pocketed away in your high priestess temple, doing what you need to do. And I feel like we both still need time, you know, apart, but what can we do to make our dreams come true? What can we do to create this new love between us? Kind of energy. I feel like that's the scene, which we get that right. But of course, the unseen is a lot of why we want to consult spirit, right? What am I not seeing? Let's see. Yeah, because we have the 8 of Cups. There is this walking away from emotions that don't serve anymore. Not so much relationship, but this is about release of what doesn't serve us anymore. It's like what we don't wanna keep doing what we've always done, get what we've always gotten. The unseen is we need to let some emotions fall away to make space for new emotions. And and I do feel like they're weighing whether, because it's like their mind is going back and forth between the heart going, "Let's get back with them. They are your this is the dream come true." But the mind is like, "Well, maybe it's best if we don't." Because the mind is the one with all those stories of how they'll let you down, they're not enough for you, they'll disappoint you, um, I'll fail, blah, 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 right? So that's the thing, right? Yeah. And so it's like, there is under the surface that is that I wanna flee, but I'm also trying, but I wanna flee, but I wanna, this is that energy, that fight or flight kicking in. Yeah. And, again, we have that barrier trying to break through the barrier. That's the unseen. That's what we know now. But I don't feel like they know the barriers. They don't understand. Like, I don't want to keep doing it, but I don't know why. And I feel like that's the thing, right? There's this, um, this energy of, um, the battle is I love it. The battle isn't over, but you've already proven you have what it takes to endure. You do, but it's like, I could endure, but I don't want to anymore, right? And I feel like that's the thing is you have the power to and the patience and the endurance to continue to stay in the pattern, but you've had a wake up and going, "Why? Why would I want that? I love you, but I love myself too. I love myself more because we have to, you know, um, because no one else is gonna love us to the extent we can be loved, we're the ones." So I feel like that's the unseen there. And then the balance, right? The balance and the imbalance. It is this, um, they don't know how to balance, and that's the thing, right? When they are about to go, "Wee!" off into the other planet, it's like they don't know how to balance themselves, and they end up acting like, a two-year-old who's scared, and and that makes sense, right? But I feel like, they're gonna wanna they wanna, like, have a conversation either over the phone or in person to try to work through things and try to understand and see where things are at. But I feel like they're kind of lost. They don't know how to change, um, you know, what's going on there. So hopefully that helps a little. And then for your question of south or east, which one and why? Mm, south or east? And why? So we'll do the energy of south. Just one? All right. They're going to make it simple. One for south, one for east. All right. And then the energies under each. So what about south? Okay. And what about east? All right. Yeah. I love the energy on the bottom of the deck for this is the 7 of wands, shine bright, be yourself. Um, don't ask permission to shine, definitely like don't dim your light. Be true to you. What is it that you're wanting? Not how to impact others, but for yourself, right? So I like that just as being the underlying energy. And then the South, so the South, you have here, you got the 5 of swords, which is a bit of conflict energy, that's here. It's like the South brings a civil war. I don't know. But it is this, it's conflicted either externally or internally or both, right? Um, so we've got that energy, the East. You've got the Ace of Pentacles and prosperity. Well, I guess it's East you go. But let's see here why. What is this conflict with the South? Um, yeah, I it's coming out as criticism, but because you're being called somewhere else with that Judgment card, but you got the reverse, which is because criticism is there. A harsh inner voice is keeping you hostage to perfectionism and unrealistic expectations. So a lot of internal conflict there. Yeah, we've got Tower card here coming in there as well. Um, and, in disharmony in relationship, which says, what does that say? Strained relationships in your family or personal life could leave you feeling isolated. So it feels like if you go to the South, you would feel, I mean, there is this movement, this, destruction. It kind of feels like criticism, destruction, disharmony. Um, so I feel like that's very clear. It's like, oh, okay. For the East, yeah, you got the Ace of Pentacles, you have the Ace of Wands. So there's new beginnings there, there's power there. Um, you have death and rebirth energy there, transformation. You've got triumph, the 6 of Wands coming in there, and the Page of Swords gaining a lot of clarity. Yeah. So, yeah, this is definitely the Eastish one, because spirit knows what you mean. It's not necessarily in the words as our intention. So they knew you meant, Southeast is this prosperity, new beginnings, death and rebirth, victory, gaining a lot of clarity. That's there. The other feels like you're going against what is for you and kind of self-sacrificing in a way, is kind of the energy I feel with the South that's going there. So yeah, and again that being true to yourself energy. So I like that. Right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. We have the Talisman Oracle. I'm excited to see what that one comes out to be. Just put all those cards back in. All right, there we go. So let's take a look here. We got the Talisman. All right, that one there. And you have Banish a Curse. Banish a Curse. Interesting. Let's see what this brings in. So this card can symbolize unfair treatment towards you. Oh, wow. A person who has a strong influence in your life has mistreated you or fails to see your point of view. Huh. Well, I don't know who that is. The actions of others speak for their misalignment, not yours. And you have the power to choose how that impacts you. Your worth does not change based on other people's state of mind. You can't make this up. The pain or misunderstandings can disappear if you decide not to internalize the negativity. Dwelling over what has been said means reliving the hurtful emotion and letting it control your actions. It's time to take a step back and allow the new positive energy to embrace you. Think of what you can learn from this experience and know that karma has your back. So use this talisman power when you feel like you need extra help, removing the bad energy lingering around you. Focus on the wheel in the center of the card. It represents the power of transformation. The swords have locked it in place and the wheel cannot move. Envision pulling each blade out and turning the wheel clockwise. The four snakes are untangling their bodies and are set free. The wheel is now moving, and the blossom in the center can draw the nourishing energy it needs. The curse is lifted. Wow, right? I am honest and worthy. I am honest and worthy. Wow, I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll do it right now. I will do it right now. And let's take a look here. Let's see if we can get it. Ooh. All right. On its way. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Off it goes. I love that. And right, Goosepat. I mean, that's just wow. Boom, boom. So I love that for you, Lauren. So empowering and so proud of you. So proud of you for you choosing you. And that it is a hard thing to do when we love people so much. And but I love that for you. All right. So thank you again for your donation, my friend. Hang in there. I love that. Absolutely. Ditto, ditto, ditto. Love you. All right, let's see. We did get some more donations in here. Let me grab these real quick here. All right, Maria, I see your additional one. Let me grab that here via the PayPal. And then we also had Marissa. Thank you so much for your additional donation. Grab that here. Grab that here. All right. So I think that was it. Let me see here. Let me do a couple more shout outs here too, I think. Yeah, we had up to Charlene. So let's see if then Marissa, I see that there. Oh yeah, we had Premia. Hey Premia, good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. All right. And I think that was it. And I was so healing. I agree. Freedom and clarity. Such amazing things. All right. Take a quick. So we've got Sanja up next, and then Maria P, and then Marissa Smith, and we're at almost 2.5 hours. We'll see how long these are. Maybe I'll do these last three for donations, and then I will do 30 minutes of free readings, and then if there's any other donations, I'll return back to those. Otherwise, I'll complete out the free readings until I get to donations. I do need to run to the little boy's room after these three readings, though, because the coffee has gone through me. So we'll have a little break, and then I shall return. All right. So we have Sanja at 225.28. So Sanja, thank you so much for your donation and your little upside down sticker. I love it. So, will you move this year? And if you do, will you like the place? You post your question now because you're going to sleep. All right. Good morning to you. I'll take a look. All right. So let's take a look here. Based on your current energies or fate, will you move this year? All right. I got this here. And will you like it? So, do you want this one? Oh, that one underneath. All right. Ooh. Well, it does look like here you're ready. You got the world card, which is, talks about completion. It's the ending of a cycle, reaching a culmination, and you're ready for a new adventure. You're ready for this. And it does feel like the energy does show you moving. And you're like, I am done. I'm ready. So much is completing, so much is close. You're getting a lot of closure and things that you're ready for this movement. Um, Yeah, and you got the 10 of swords. I like this because when I asked, this was the real, "Are you moving this year?" You have the 10 of swords. There is this, "I am tired of living up to everyone's expectations." There's this ending and this beginning energy. I'm done trying to please everyone else. It's time for me to please me. I like that energy. So it's not defeat energy. Just know that, that's that energy of the world, for which you were creating, it's collapsed because it's not what you were creating before was based on thoughts and beliefs and mindsets of expectations of should and supposed to be and need to be and have to be and must be. Other people's opinion we were trying to live up to, and you're like, "I'm done. It's time for me." So you're getting to that point, or you might be at there already. Will you like this place? Yeah, you're being drawn. The judgment card is this calling, this your higher self, this angel is blowing the trumpet, saying, "Come on, rise from the dead. We've got this rebirth to happen here." So you feel like you're born again in a way, a phoenix rising from the ashes. Yeah, and you got this new love energy, which is all about happy feelings, creativity, spirituality, and open heart. But it is happy energy. Your heart is full and overflowing um, with this move, and this is what you've been needing. Any other Queen of Wands? Yeah, this action, you taking the action, you wanting to move forward, and the little black cat. I love that because I got this little. I got the black cat. Oh, no, that got. Come on, focus in on me, not on the cards. Sorry. It's all blurry. Hold on, it'll take a sec here. But you do have this energy here of, it's you choosing, you're the one with the Queen of Wands that allows you there we go. Now I'm clear. Just had to teach it to focus in on me again. But, yeah, I love that. What a great life has been blurry, but you're teaching yourself to focus in on you again. You can't make that up. So I like that. I love this energy of this independence and your, choosing yourself. So I definitely feel that here. Below the surface, yeah, I feel like you're going to have a power of choice with the crossroads, with the Two of Swords, that you can. It's like that's you have the moon on one side, which is choosing from your heart, and the other one choosing from your mind. So you'll be at a crossroads. You're going to have an opportunity to go to two places. One is going to be what you think you should do. Again, falling back into that people pleasing, right? Or where your heart wants to go. Obviously, you know which one will bring you the most beautiful 10 of cups harmony. This was on the when I was when I had the cards out, it's like this card was over here for the moon. When you choose your heart, you're full and overflowing, and you feel this harmony. There might even be love waiting there because this is, of course, family, home, stability, contentment too. So I do feel like you'll love where you go there, and but follow your heart, of course, for your most fulfilling, heart fulfilling. Because if you choose your mind, you'll feel like you're existing. If you choose your heart, you'll feel like you're living, right? I like it. Suit Your Fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. What is this? A cactus. Oh, I love it. So got the cactus says your my confidence comes from within. The fears I have of tomorrow are simply going away. So is my protective suit. I don't have to wear a cactus suit anymore. And I feel like when you move, because you're not going to feel like you have to defend yourself because everyone's opinions and blah blah blah, because you're living your heart, you don't have to feel defensive. You're just like, "Oh, well, it's up to you guys. Think what you wanna think, but I'm loving my life," right? So, I like that. So, that's what they have for you, Sanja. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. Exciting. Hope you had some great dreams. All right. Maybe you dreamt of a cactus. All right. So, many blessings to you, my dear. Right, up next, we do have Maria P for number 3. So, Maria, thank you for your multiple donations here. There is your time stamp, and that's this one here, I believe. Yes, it is. All right. So let's take a look here. So I want to know Dr. Bob's thoughts on you and regarding this role for you. All right, that's that. Dr. David's thoughts on you, or thought. There's one. More on your relationship with Wally. So what else about Wally, the Wallster? All right. So Dr. Bob's thoughts on you. Yeah, we got the Knight of Wands. Yeah, I definitely feel here, you're a go-getter, you're fast moving. Um, there's some confidence that comes in with this Knight of Wands too. So you're a fire, you know, fire energy to them. They're like, you go get them, kind of energy. Um, so I do feel like that. You flow, you get in there. They like the fire that you have in that you initiate things, you take action, you don't just sit around. You're always doing something. You're always active. You're always learning. You're always doing something. You don't just sit and, waste time or anything. You're always, if there's time, that means there's something else that can be done, I feel like is how they perceive you. Um, their thoughts on this new role, I do feel here with the world card, this is a victory card. I feel like they feel you're ready for this new role. This is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure. Yeah, the Page of Pentacles here too, which is a heightened opportunity and learning. I feel like you're ready to learn this new job because it even says a new job, project, or investment or area of studying is beginning to unfold. Well, there you go. So I feel like that is definitely like this yes, yes, and that you're ready for it. Yeah, and we got the Two of Cups. I feel like this is kind of like their thoughts too, that, it's mutual respect and shared values. It's like kind of like this partnership, like they feel like you're a partner, that you care about the business, you care about the office. You're not there just to make a buck. You actually care about the job you do and care about what happens with the company. And so they feel like you would make a good partner, you know, um, in this new endeavor too, in this, this new opportunity. So I like that. What are Dr. David's thoughts on you? We got the Page of Swords. Yeah, this is a time of intellectual growth. Lean into the urge to explore, learn. Yeah. So they know that you're ready to learn and you're curious, and they like that they feel like you ask questions. Not like a lot of questions, like not too many questions, but they go, "You ask a lot of questions. You're curious, you wanna know, you wanna learn, you wanna grow." That's their perception there. And then more on your relationship with Wally, you do have the 2 of Wands and the 10 of Cups. Yeah, there's so much here about with this relationship, and whether you have a harmonious relationship or not has so much to do, with the 2 of Wands, which is your power of energy. Know that your relationship is always a reflection of what you're focusing on. You don't see the world as it is, you see the world as you are. So when you're focusing, and you can recognize this, right? When you're focusing on, oh, what I love about them, and da da da, just feels like everything's harmonious. When you're in fear and you're afraid that they're cheating, suddenly you don't see them in this beautiful light. You see them as a devil, an angel, and then the devil, right? And so they're telling you here that it's so important to be aware of the energy you have in as many moments as you can, because when you're not consciously choosing gratitude and to grow love and to make decisions, you're focusing subconsciously, you're reverting back to old ways of focusing on the fears um and it's what's the unseen, what is going on, what are they doing, all those dark things that we whisper to ourselves in darkness seem so real when they're in the darkness. When we bring them into the light and even talk to them, talk to Wally about, I realize that where my fear of being betrayed comes from is this and this and this and this of the past, not with him, but with other people, and back to your childhood even. And so self-awareness around why you have these dark whispers that go back to when you were a child. It's understanding your fears is so important for your journey here. Let's see what else you have here too. Yeah, and here's like, finding clarity around things with the Ace of Swords. Clarity on why you feel what you do and what you experience, and getting curious about where their fears are and what's going on, and things. It's so important in understanding each other. I do feel here there's a bit of, with this making plans and new ideas, is um it's like there's a stagnancy, and it's time for things to change, right? It's time for, let's do some new things. Let's do some new different things. In all areas that you guys, new places to eat, new places to go walking, new places to go visit a museum, new things to try everywhere else. We'll leave it at that. And then you have here, yeah, you got the 6 of Wands, this victory energy and this mutual passion that you guys have, understanding that you're mutually drawn to one another, both energetically and physically, and that's important there. But focusing on the good news, feels like with this energy is, let the energy flow towards the good news. And then you also have the Page of Cups. Yeah, which this says, I love this. It says, approach life with a sense of wonder. Stay open to imaginative insights and ideas. Again, yeah, the dreamer, playfulness. Why are you being so serious? Be more playful. We get serious when we're in fear. We get playful when we're sitting in love energy, right? So hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they have for you. Let's get your fortune cookie here. Just put these back in to the deck here. One more. There we go. All right. What else do they have here? All right, this one here. And you have, I seize the opportunities all around me, set up camp and live in the moment. Be kind of intense, but intense is being in a tent. IN dash TENTS. Go camping. I like this. Get away from everything. Plan a trip, plan a get together, plan something, right? I like this. Maybe there's going to be a camping trip. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. We'll circle back around for your free reading here eventually as well. So thank you, thank you. All right, let me get out of there. Boom, boom, and all right. So Marissa, thank you for your additional donation. So we've got 240.23 for you here. Boom, boom. And you wanted to know what will happen between Sean and you and me. All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, what is unfolding here, right? No, sorry. All right. So let's take a look here and see what is unfolding here. Let me just scooch these out. All right. So these two cards came out together. We've got the Chariot upside down and is it the Page of Pentacles? Yeah. So we've got the new opportunity, right? The Page of Pentacles, which we got on your first reading, which represented him. And we have the obstacles. You know, we've got the victory and the obstacles, the Chariot card. So, you know, you guys do hit some obstacles, which I feel like we had that before in your first reading, that you do hit some speed bumps in zipping back to be together kind of energy. Um, which obstacles being some past behaviors, some past emotions, stuff that bubbles up, you know, from the past, right? So I feel like that is, you know, that does bubble up here. Let's see, we got 5 other cards. Let's see what this is coming in here too. So we have Temperance. So there is slow movement. It's not fast, like I was just talking about here, right? And so the Temperance energy, you know, just talk about fiery emotions, cooling into understanding and compassion. So with patience, and we talked about that, right? That arguments and obstacles and things that, you know, hit and happen, if I approach them with not reacting and going into fight or flight mode, but trying to be curious and trying to understand, where are they coming from? What do they mean by that? What does that action mean? Let me ask, why did you do that? Not assume, well, you did that because of da 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 da, but really be curious. And temperament, right? It means patient and go find out, because that can change things. Because if they react out of fear and repeat an old cycle, if we repeat an old cycle, then we get what we got before. But it will have to be someone between the two of you not reacting the same way you normally would to make a change. And I feel like in this case, in the beginning at least, that would have to be you, right? I think you knew that already, right? You're like, "Yeah, I know." All right, let's take a look. Yeah, and we've got the unproductive, you know, we got the 7 of Pentacles, reversed here too, which is usually, here's the patience card. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's unproductive. I feel like in the beginning, it's important to know your patience is unproductive. Like you're trying to change and you're trying to approach it differently, but they're flipping out. So it's, you know, important to know that even with you acting different, that doesn't mean that that suddenly calms them down. They're still going to be spiraling for a minute, to calm down. It's like escalated calls, you know, like at work, when a customer would call in and they would be like, "Brah!" Like that guy, that little fiery guy that has the head that from in was it Inside Out? Something like that. I think that was the movie of it. The little Pixar movie where the little anger guy suddenly fire, and then they calm down. But if a customer comes in or a person comes in raging or upset or sparks, if we spark, then there's a battle. If I don't spark, it doesn't mean they suddenly go, "Oh, okay, sorry." It's like the longer that I'm calm and, and there was this drifting, like there's this it's kinda like, they slowly de-escalate. The more we're staying calm, then they de-escalate, right? And I feel like that's important to know with this kind of, uh, energy there. You got me. Alright, great. I get it. Perfect. What else? Um, yeah, and you got this inequality, with the 6 of Pentacles, so there is a little bit of I feel like this is my codependency awareness card. So be really careful, as much as you can. Me being a recovering overgiver, I know you're an overgiver. The energy that I feel, you're the one that gives and gives and gives and gives and gets a little bit back. And it's important to, even though you love them and you don't want to be with anyone else, and it's not to sell yourself short and to you know, allow yourself to negotiate, that this is equal giving and receiving, not me being the one that gives and calls and does this and does this and does this. And then I get, here you go. How you text and you're pouring out your heart in 5 sentences and you get a okay. And you're just like, bah! Let it be equal, right? Be be aware of this. I don't want to keep doing what we've always done, getting what we've always gotten. It needs to be different. And I know we're afraid. What if I don't give in and to what everything they want, they're not going to choose me? Well, if you have to give up and sacrifice yourself, they're not choosing you, they're using you. There's a difference, right? So I feel like that's important. Um, Yeah, we got a lot of the nurturing energy here. It actually came in neglect. I didn't want to give you another card upside down, but they're telling me, tell the truth. Because there is that neglect. Here's the overgiver that you are, and you are, it's that inequality, the neglect, the unproductiveness of it. And I mean, when you go in with your eyes wide open, you see it more clearly. But I feel like your spirit guides are like, don't shrink, don't give yourself away. It's about nurturing yourself and choosing for yourself and allowing yourself to go like, I love you and I will, go to the ends of the earth for you, but I also would like that from you. And they're like, I can go as far as Main Street. I can't go to the ends of the earth for you. And you're like, okay, well, that means I can only go to Main Street for you. What? Wait a minute. You always go to the end of the earth for me. And you're like, yeah, but that was the old. This one needs to be more equal. And doesn't that seem fair? And they're like, well, I guess so. They're just so used to everyone over giving to them and that they don't have to give a whole lot back. It's like, what are they showing? You ever see that the meme where um um it's like there's the husband or the boyfriend is he goes and gets, his wife or girlfriend or whatever, and he was like, "Oh my god, come here," and he takes them to the laundry room going, "Look, the clothes all got washed." I think it was the laundry fairy. "Come here, come to the kitchen. Look, all the dishes are done. I think the dishwasher fairy came," and all that, and she's like, I'm the one that does all this. You do realize that, right? But they're like, "No, no, it must be this other thing." They're so used to everything being done for them that they were just like, "Wow, look at all this stuff." And you're just like, "No, it's me. I do all this," right? So I feel like it's important here. And And I do feel here, and again, you have the Knight of Pentacles, which is a slowness, which is a steadiness. Again, this Temperance and this Knight of Pentacles, things go slow. And I like that because it gives you an opportunity to see more clearly and to ask for what you want and not. And I feel like this is spirit saying, if you don't take it slow and bring up things as they're happening and talk through them calmly as you can, that it's going to end up blowing up like it did before, right? And this is like, it's important for me to stand up for myself because they won't, so you have to. And I like that. I like that for you. So it feels like a challenging May, but depending on what energy you put into it, right? Both your internal reflection and standing up for yourself determines on how it unfolds. So what else you got here? I like it. Cute little cards. Says, I seem to make friends that share my same race pace. I'll get there when I get there. Don't weigh it up. Seriously. Here's that slowness. Here's the turtle, right? Taking the time to get there. We'll get there when we get there. Don't wait up. Seriously. We're going to take time to get to that. Remember, I think was it you that we had talked about? I feel like we had this reading where if they want to get back together, it's you show me who you are over the next 3 months. It's not just oh, please come back. It's let's take our time and stepping back here and what are you wanting from me? And let me tell you what I would like from you. And let's negotiate this, not whatever you want. I just want you back. That's a poor deal, right? That's signing your life away as a slave, not being a partner, right? So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. Hey, Mr. Tim, how are you? No question in mind or need presently. You're enjoying peace of mind tonight. Oh, I love that. Thank you. We will take that. You are very welcome. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for that wonderful comment. All right. So I think that's the last of my donations. I'm going to run to the gentleman's facilities. And then let's see, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18. I have 20 free readings that I'll start on when I return. I'll do at least 30 minutes of free readings. If any donations come in, after that, I will prioritize those and then return back to free readings. And I'll try to complete all the free readings tonight. So we should be able to do that. So thank you for your patience. I'll be back. All righty. We are back. So, hello, hello. Hey, me. Good evening. Wow. Congratulations, me. How beautiful. Congratulations. I love that for you. Woo woo. All right. Wonderful. All right. So let's see. Do I have any more coffee? Yeah. So cheers, everybody. We'll jump into some free readings here. So up first, we do have Mini Heal at 255.48. So Mini Heal, here is your time stamp. And you want to know, who is this new individual coming in soon to your life? All right, let's take a look here. Who is this person? All right. So we've got the Wheel of Fortune and the High Priestess. Oh, nice. So, the Wheel of Fortune, of course, is for you. Of course, it's the tune of For You. We could hear you. What? So we've got this in here. We've got this, this high priestess energy. So it's someone who's very intuitive. There is this power of, someone who, it's not like so much a nurturing person as it is someone that's connected really to the spirit realm, really this connected individual, um, that and I think this was the Queen of Wands, right? Is this who we're talking about? Because they are a very intuitive person that, like, connects to the world through the upper world through the magic of the Wands energy, but also they've got water energy behind the scenes, so they're very empathic. Well, this is a very empathic person, very in tune person. So I feel it is someone that, you know, could be not so much a teacher as someone that is a friend that can help you. Not really, it's like you help each other develop your connection to the spirit world more, because I feel like you guys have a lot of great conversations, a lot of good, you know, connection, um, and come from the same place and come from the same um kind of perspective. So it's like a very good support for one another that help you do that. The Wheel of Fortune, it's the tune of For You. So I like that. I like that kind of energy that even your human is like, wow, I've been wanting someone that, we can just really vibe with and, come with that. So, um, I like that. So, beautiful energy. Hopefully that brings in some clarity. So that's what they have there for you. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ashish Balkaran, 25841 for you. Boom, boom, boom. And what guidance can help you create the life you envision? All right, let's take a look here. So, what guidance from spirit on how you can create the life that you envision? All right, we have this one. So you do have the Queen of Wands. Let's just talking about them, and the Page of Wands. Wow. This is, of course, this is all about energy. You got the influence of the Queen of Wands, which whatever she focuses on, get out of her way. She makes it happen. Page of Wands is this, excitement, energy, enthusiasm is what it says here. But with both of these coming out here, when we realize that the world that we're living in, that we're experiencing, is all about the energy that we've been putting out, right? If I'm putting out fear energy and want energy and need, which is lack energy, then I'm drawing in stuff that matches that. If I want to draw the life I envision, towards me. I do that through gratitude for what I have now. Because if I'm not grateful for the life I'm having now, I won't be grateful for the life I envision, and I won't draw it towards me. I'll be pushing it away because I'm focusing on how life isn't what I want it to be instead of what do I love about life that I already have. When we change our attitude to that gratitude, we just start drawing in things that match up to it. When we release our attachment for our happiness, that I can be happy when, if I put my happiness into the future, I'll never be happy because the future will always be changing. It'll always be pushing it away. When I'm happy in the moment for what is, then I can have a goal and go, Creator, you know what I would love? I'd love a life like this. And I'm grateful for this and this and this in my life now and what I have had. When I focus in on all of that, releasing that to the Creator, then the joy grows and I draw that in. So, so much about your focus of your energy in every moment. Because every moment you are making a choice of mental energetic energy of the story, emotional energy you're choosing every moment, your physical action energy, the energy of which you're doing things, and of course, our overall spiritual energy and our energy of intention. What are we focusing on, right? Am I focusing on want, need, lack, fear? Or am I focusing in on joy, laughter, celebration, play, unconditional love? All that draws more in. So I feel like that's what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. Exciting, right? All right. Swaroop Bobby, you are up 30151. So Swaroop, here is your timestamp. And so your coming week reading, what's coming towards you? All right, let's take a look here for the coming week. Based on your current energies, you have some, a new route, it looks like, is coming in here, an opportunity to start a new adventure. The full card is the 0 card, first card in the major arcana. Following the world card, on the end of the major arcana, which is the ending of a cycle, a completion. All right, I've completed that. Now what? New adventure, new opportunity. And even with the 3 of Wands, which calls it progress, it's all right, with new information, new completion where I'm at. Now to where do I want to go? So you get to decide what direction that you want to go now. There's, new opportunity to head off in a new direction. Because the old ways, you're like, all right, I'm done with this. Now, what do I want to do next? So, great opportunity, I feel, comes up for you this week. Right. So, that's what they have for you, Swaroop. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Essence of Ethereal Serenity at 30315. So, Essence of Serenity. Good to see you. So, a message from your higher self and guides for your spiritual path forward. All right, let's take a look here and see what do they have here for you. Do they want you to know this one and this one? Yeah, we've got this here. You got Temperance and the Star card. So this is the patience towards your dream come true. This maintain this hope as things unfold. Temperance is like it's alchemy, putting you have 2 cups and putting the base metal in, and there's magic that you add that as you go back and forth between the 2 cups, it's slowly transforming into gold. And sometimes we don't see the change happening, and we're like, is anything even happening here? But this card says that you can trust that there is stuff happening below the surface. There is things that are happening towards your dream, and it is moving forward. Yeah, you will have victory. There will be victory. You'll see it here, and you can trust that it is unfolding in the perfect timing. The only thing that slows down the process is when we have less magic in there, and the magic is our self-love and our self-worth. So in higher vibration, right? We talk about that all the time on this channel where, you know, if I'm focusing on want and need and fear and lack energy, that's like anchors that slow things down because they're dragging along the bottom of the lake So the little boat isn't able to move very fast. But the more we cut off those chains, let go of the old and we focus on higher, that becomes wind in the sails and that pushes us faster. So we get rid of the stuff that's slowing us down and we refocus that on blowing wind into our sail that gets us and it speeds things up. So um, hopefully that helps. I like that for you. And that's what they have for you, Essence of Ethereal Serenity. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Jojo, you're up 30535. So here is your general reading. Let's see, we have, what was that? Oh, it's a little star. All right, let's take a look here. What do they have here for you? All right, these two here. Yep. So you've got the Knight of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups. Yep, things are going slow a little bit here in your life. Kind of feels that way, right? And it's on purpose for a purpose. They show us why, what purpose the slowness is, because it's always for us. And this is with the Eight of Cups. It's leaving behind relationships that don't serve us anymore, letting go of emotions that don't serve us anymore as well. So there is this energy of letting go, letting go, letting go energy. Transition too, which can be, preparing you for that move, preparing you for a significant transition in your life. But a lot of this slowness is it's been giving you this pocket of time. It says here, release what no longer serves to search for deeper meaning and more authentic paths. So there is slowness in different things here. The Knight of Pentacles is also on the quest of seeing your self-worth differently than how when we compare our self-worth to the outside world, this is the search of finding that within us. So the slowness that you've been experiencing is this preparation for your new quest of finding your self-worth, but also in finding, okay, yeah, because the Ace of Pentacles can be a new location. So the patience in the new location too. You'll find the perfect one. Um, so I like that for you. All right, Jojo, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have a butterfly is up 30747. So ascending universal butterfly. Thank you again for all your wonderful comments. And so happy weekend to you as well. Always good to see you. So what should you currently be working on in any area of your life? Absolutely. Let's take a look here and see. All right. These two and these two got 2 and 2. So these two, you have here the Four of Cups and the Ace of Wands. Yeah, there's a new spark coming in here. The Four of Cups is that, it is a stagnant emotional energy. It's like, yeah, I'm just kind of going along and getting along here. It's like I kind of feel like I'm just maintaining. It's time for a new spark. It's time for uh, a new adventure in a way. Let's see what these other two cards bring in here for you too. Yeah, do something unexpected is what I get here with this Moon card and the Heartbreak card. It can be that there's emotions below the surface that rise up today, but that doesn't feel like that fits in with all this energy. It's more, this feels like, because the Three of Swords for me is expectations equal disappointment. And so with this combo, they're saying with this full moon coming up on May 1st, do something unexpected, do something different. It's time for this new beginning, time for a new spark, time for, and whether it be a new hobby or it be a new, I don't know, just something that, a new passion that excites you. to try starting something new. And the full moon is a great time of release of something and to create something new. So I like that for you. It's time to shake it up a little. Whether it's, learning to ballroom dance or learn pottery or whatever something drawing you. Where's your excitement drawing you? Go do that. So I like that for you. Right. So that's what they have for you, Butterfly. Many blessings to you. Hey, Marissa, thank you so much for your additional donation. I've got a little more here for free readings. Let's see. Did 255, so it would be what, 325. Yeah, so I got about 15 more minutes of free readings, and then we'll go to your additional donation. You'll be up after that. All right. Then we got Maria P 31052 for your free reading. So thank you for your multiple donations earlier. So a general for you for love and work. All right. For love and work. So for love, yeah, you do have the 9 of cups energy that's coming in here. So it's like for love, what is the dream come true? It's interesting. It's like they're giving you homework. I know, writing down everything that you love about what's unfolding in the relationship between you and Wally. Take time to write it out. That's your assignment. For work, yeah, you got the harvest. So there's a harvest coming in. The 7 of Pentacles is a card of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So it says results require time and hard work, and that's what you've been doing. Um, but I feel like, they're bringing this in that, you're going to get some of your reward, for everything you've been doing at work, whether it be the promotion or, monetary or something else. But I feel like it's this, um, once you get the fruit, you're like, is this really what I want? And I think we talked about this before. It feels like it's coming back because it's like the other meaning of the 7 of Pentacles besides the patience card and the last thing that grows in the fruit tree is that when you start to get the fruit, you're like, meh, I'm not really into this anymore. I want something different. And what is it? And I feel like there's a change of fruit. So I do feel like they keep focusing you back on this. There's something else that will be like, oh, this is what I want. Not this kind of apple orchard. I want an avocado orchard because I love avocados and guacamole. Oh my God, right? So I feel like that's the message they have for you right now, Maria. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Right. Then we got Cat Mia 31303. Look at all those threes. So you're not putting it into action. How can I change that? All right, based on your energies here, let's see what they want you to know here. How can you change that? All right, you got the Sun and you do have the 10 of Swords. All right. So Sun card is happiness, right? It's shining bright, focusing in on what is uh what is working, and what why solar power, that's funny. It's solar powered because it's about the light, focusing on what is working, what is bright, if that resonates. We got the 10 of Swords, which is letting go of the expectations, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. Because if we feel like this is something that has to happen, we've created an expectation, we've created a negative. Because if we're here and we're going, okay, we need to be here, should be, have to be, must be, gotta be, there's a negativity. We're in the negative. We have to get up here to get to zero. If you get rid of the expectations, accepting what is, focusing on the gratitude for what is, then abundance happens, action happens. When we're living in the negative, we kind of lose our, oh God, it takes so much just to get up to zero. We lose our energy. We lose the, so it's about the approach to it is that can change. And then that's when action kicks in. Because when it's expected and we're feeling like I have to do so much just to get to 0, we're like we lose our drive to achieve that thing when we're like, "Really all that just to get to break even? Eh, why do it?" But if we don't have any expectations and then, you know, then it's all, beneficial, then there's action, there's excitement, there's energy behind it. So, hopefully that helps Cat Mia. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right, Bonita, you are up. 3:15:40. So, Bonita, here's your timestamp. And hello, hello. So, you've got some new supervisors coming in where you work. Ooh, how will things go for you under their supervision? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what does it look like here? Oh, these two. All right. All right. Looks pretty good here. You got the Queen of Cups. So people with compassion, people with understanding. We like that, not just mental, but they actually care about the employees, care about the place, care about the business. And the departure, the Six of Swords, this is about leaving behind old ways of thinking, bringing in new ways of thinking that takes things from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like they're coming in with some very empathic, a lot of empathy, a lot of compassion, a lot of care. And because of that, they're going to be implementing things that get rid of the stuff that's creating conflict, that is like work for the sake of work and not bring in anything. I feel like they're coming in and they're changing things for the better. You're like, oh my God, thank God someone is doing this. So it feels very positive with this energy here. I don't feel like there's um anything to be concerned about. Of course, always remember our energy is what we draw in. So if I'm grateful, 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 I draw in things to be grateful for. If I'm fearing or I'm picking out what they're doing wrong, then they'll do more of that. But so gratitude for what they're doing right brings in more of that, right? The complaining about what they're doing wrong brings in more of that. So be aware. That's your power. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we got Little Pink Pearl, 3:17:49. So Little Pink Pearl, here is your timestamp. And how does Eamon feel after your chat and call yesterday? Oh, very interesting. I'll take a look here. So you were friends, you broke up for a long time, then we randomly oh, nice. Let's take a look here. So after your chat yesterday, how did they feel here? All right. Yeah, I like this. Positive energy. We do have the new love energy. So happiness. Um, I don't know if this was like I mean, you were friends. So if it's friends and then that's friendly energy. Um, but the generosity, I like this equal balance, the Six of Pentacles. They just kind of feel like this is a new spark, a new kind of this, oh yeah, I the things I used to love about you kind of energy, and this, you know, the balancing of the scales between the two, the equal giving and receiving kind of energy. And I feel like they like that. They felt like it wasn't someone over giving the other. It was very nice interaction, it feels like here. Very balanced, very fulfilling. The Six of Pentacles is a card of abundance. So I feel like they felt it was a great conversation. And it feels like there's a spark of happiness. Maybe they want to, continue in a new friendship, not go back to the old, but continue a new friendship based on equal, equal giving and receiving. So I like that. So that's what seems to be coming in here for you at Little Pink Pearl. So many blessings to you. Hey, Stormborn, good to see you. I have just a few more minutes here for free readings. Then there's one donation ahead of you, and then you'll be up after that. So hello. All right. And then a blueberry, you are up 32001 is for yours here. There we are. And what's coming up for you in love and family? All right, let's take a look here. What's coming up for love and family? Got this and this. Wow. For love, you do have the Nine of Cups, which is an emotional dream come true energy, this fullness of your heart. So I like that. So I feel like that's headed your way here, something that does feel kind of dreamy in a way. What about family? Yeah, some clarity. I like here with the Eight of Swords, you've been really focusing on letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets regarding family that don't serve you anymore. You know, you've been releasing these that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small expectations, letting go of these mindsets. And with the Page of Swords, that is a lot of clarity. That is, you've been gifted with this ability to see things differently, understanding a lot of what we felt and what other people felt, said, did, didn't say, didn't do, that was rooted in fear, not in love. And when we're in fear, we do stupid stuff. So we realize a lot of clarity on why family did what they did, and understanding and seeing your family from a different perspective really allows this forward movement. So it does feel quite um, fluid and flowing kind of energy here. So I like that for you. But definitely it feels like this love, the Nine of Cups, it starts with your self-love, and so there is this kind of that you've been working on removing thoughts and emotions and energy and things that don't serve you anymore to make space for love to come in, and kind of like raising your love vibration too. So that is what they have for you, Blueberry. So I like that. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Lulu Berry. Good to see you. Hello. Thanks for being a new subscriber. Oh, good. Yeah, I do have some PayPal that came in. So thank you. I have just a couple more minutes on. I do 30 minutes of free readings when I haven't got to any in like 2.5, 3 hours. So I got a few more of those to do, and then there's just I got a handful of donations, so you'll be included in that. So welcome. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's see. Here we've got Moncloa up next, 32256. So Moncloa, here's your timestamp. How does David the Gemini get along with his two daughters? Oh, let's take a look here. Are they twins? His daughters? Because he's the twins, the Gemini twins. All right, let's see here. For daughter number one, oh, really well with the Wheel of Fortune here. So that's a good energy. You know, they, um, I feel like there's a lot of, with one of the daughters, there's a lot of this kind of destiny energy around it. What's children? It usually is. We don't accidentally have children from the spiritual realm. From the physical realm, sometimes we feel we do, but they're never by accident. It's always planned before we come down here. But there's like this past life connection and this purpose of them being a daughter of father daughter, because in another lifetime they were parent child, but it was reversed, where one of the daughters was his father in another lifetime. Interesting, right? So they've got this very unique bond with one of the daughters. What's the other one here? And the sun card, yeah, a very big happiness energy. Very good relationships here. Both of these are two of the most abundant cards in the deck. So very good relationship it feels here. Um, and I was gonna say with the sun card, a lot of inner child connection too. But I feel like he's got a great connection, a unique connection with both of them. Because the sun card, it's like I feel like the oldest one is the parent child from a past lifetime. This one, it's like his inner child can really relate with or activates with his um, younger daughter. And I feel like she brings out the play in him. Like he gets really goofy around her, and they have that kind of bond, a special bond with that too. So it's very unique, very unique relationship with each individual one that's there, but it looks good. So I like that for you, Moncloa. Many blessings to you. Let's see, how are you doing on time here? Think we are just this will be my last one here. It seems to be Livier. It's like the perfect timing. So Livier will be my last free reading before I go back to donations. And then after that, we've got CJ, Samia Rao, Wilder Wandering, Shanji, Rahul, Charlene Kramer, and Premia for my free readings that I'll eventually come back to. Right, so Olivier, we got 326 even here. Here's your timestamp. So will you be stepping out from this rough stepping stones? How is it looking forward? Any message you need to understand why? All right, let's take a look here. So will you be stepping out from the stepping stones? Okay. The rough ones? You okay with the smooth ones? What do you need to understand here and why? Right, I've got two. So will you? Oh yeah. Um, you have the 7 of Wands, which is perseverance, but this is you will shine bright. You know, you. I feel like a lot of this, what's teaching you, is to stand up bright and be yourself, not shrink, not ask permission, but to be true to yourself and shine bright. Your true, authentic self. Not shrink to be who you think other people want you to be, but you're like, here I am, take me or leave me. Pff, I don't care. Um, well, we all really care, but you're like, I'm going to be fine either way. I like that courage to step forward through the challenges. What is it that you were trying to learn through all this? Well, you got the Page of Pentacles, which says learning, and yeah, and you got the Moon card here too. So you got the Page of Pentacles is you're learning a lot about your self-worth, right? The Page of Pentacles is that, we're realizing how much of our worth we've been putting into the 3 buckets of the outside world, right? You know, being defined by relationships, by situations, by things. And um all these stepping stones are these beautiful mirrors showing us where we still have some attachment uh, of our worth to those things in the outside world. And it's beautiful. No, really, it is. Here, let me twist your arm. You're like, "Okay, yes, yes, it's beautiful." But, eh, after the fact it is. Because when we this, moon card, it's the mirroring, it brings things up for us to see that are below the surface that we didn't think were there. And there's a great he's so good, I need to share his Instagram with everybody. I forget his name right now, but I'll try to remember to grab it for next time, but he, was talking about he loves when people criticize him. And of course, he's like a counselor that's been doing it for decades. So he's in a place where he loves his self-work, where he goes, I know when someone criticizes me, because if something comes up within me, I know that this isn't about them. This is about that there's something that I have yet that I can release that'll set me free. So he goes, I love it when people say stuff because I'll know if I'm unimpacted by it whatsoever, I know there's no belief in me that that thing is true. But when someone says something and I'm like, "Ooh," he goes, somewhere in me, I believe what they're saying, a little piece of it, even just a little piece, but I believe it. So that's what I get to go in. I can find out why I believe that and set myself free. So I feel like that's kind of the learning that you're having here. And and it'll be perfect. When you're have learned what you've wanted to learn, then you don't bring those mirrors anymore. But they're coming in for you. It's not a punishment. It's not something the creator goes, "This is what I want you to do." This is us. We are the ones that asked for these mirrors before we came down here. "Hey, you group of 15, um, I want you to continually show me what I wanna see about myself till I see it. Are you sure? Yeah. Initial here. Alright. I've signed off on it." And then they're like, "You realize you're gonna forget you signed this when you go down there, right?" We're like, "Yeah, that makes it even more fun, right?" Alright. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. So let's see here. Let me see what time all these came in at. So we've got here. All right. So Marissa, your third donation will be up first. So thank you for that. And then let's see. 820. Yeah, and then Stormborn, you came in next there. So you'll be second. And then Luluberry. Your PayPal came in here. So you will be up after that. Oops, I did not hit copy. Let me try that again. It helps. Let me grab that here. All right. Gotcha. All right. So let me take a quick sip here of my water. All right. So, Marissa, number 3210 is your third timestamp. So thank you so much for your multiple donations here. Grab in here and get your question. All right. So is Alshon still involved with April? Let's take a look here. Yeah, right. That here. This is below the surface. I do want this one, and I do want this one. All right. All right. I got the 9 of Pentacles on the bottom, which for me is like a hermit card. The hermit is the number 9. And then the 9 of Pentacles, Pentacles is the outside world. So very much this hermity energy of I'm alone, with myself right now, which explains why he's come back around, right? That didn't work out. Next. Let's take a look here. What else about this? Yeah, 8 of Cups. So we walked away from a relationship that wasn't working anymore. So already it seems like that we've walked away. Yeah, 7 of Wands. I got to be true to myself. And I feel like we got this energy. They're bringing back a blip from a previous reading where they were like, I got to be me and I got to shine. I'm not going to dim my light, ask permission to shine. I'm not going to change. As soon as someone tries to change me, I'm out. And she tried to change him. Like in the beginning, it was passion and, oh yeah, everything's gonna be fine, and we're just this, and then as soon as it became comfortable, then it's like, well, why aren't you doing this? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Oh God, I'm out. Yeah, and we got the 4 of Pentacles. So this is about home. It's a home energy again. This, um, the 4 walls of my own home, and it has to do with self-worth too. Let's see what this card next to it is here. Yeah, King of Cups. This balance between head and heart and wanting someone more compatible. For them, of course, compatible is someone who wants to do everything I want them to do. And you're like, "I'll do that." Oh, don't do it, Marissa, don't do it. Below that, let's see what else we got here. Yeah. Instead of the wheel of fortune, they got the wheel of misfortune, got the bad luck energy underneath there. Um, yeah, and the completion, the ending of things for the beginning of a new adventure. So, it does feel here with this energy that it was short and to the point. Feel like here we've got, yeah, we even got the heartbreak card here. It was, um, this Queen of Pentacles is like it is a nurturing person, but I I totally saw the Queen of Wands. It turned into the Queen of Pentacles after I picked up this heartbreak card. It's so freaky that I saw it that way. But they overrode my eyeballs because they were telling me that they're very passionate, but they're very pushy. And they were wanting like, "I want this, I want this, I want this." And they wanted nurturingness, right? That's why they returned to you because you are a nurturer. So there was the heartbreak, energy that was there too. So, it just seems like April is out of the picture with that energy. Let's grab your fortune cookie and thank you for your multiple donations. They now total over the $5 or more, and you get a talisman oracle for because of that. So let's see what your talisman oracle brings in here. There we go. And you got oh no, let go. Well, kind of let go of control, right? Too. We got the Cancer energy there with the crab. Let's see what we got here. Just like running water, everything keeps constantly changing. You've been holding on to a burden that's been slowing you down. Sometimes we know what that is. Other times we need to examine our needs and behavior. Often holding on comes from a need to control our life and surroundings. It gives us comfort that we can direct the circumstances and avoid a painful path. But if we let go of the illusion of control, we can find peace and enjoy the ride. Being vulnerable offers an opportunity for connection and closure. The little crab has to learn to let things go. The flower in front of him is a delicate gift from nature to bring joy. So you can use this talisman power when you need to let go. The burden is too heavy, and your tiny claws are clutching with tremendous effort. Take a breath. It says, on inhale, form fists with your hands and hold them as tight as you can. And then on exhale, open your hands, release the negative energy, and feel the powerful relief. Sorry. Your affirmation is, I release this energy. So the need to control, let go of the need to control them, because you can't control them anyway. In fact, the more you try to control them, the more they go in the other direction, right? It's like a teenager, right? You try to pull them, they resist. You try to push them, they run in the other direction, right? Or wait, you try to pull them towards you, they pull back. You try to push them, they resist. Is how it works, right? Um, and so, there is this. I'm not going to try to control them. I'm just going to enjoy them for who they are and see what happens, right? That can happen too. All right. So that's what they have for you, Marissa. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate you. All right. So up next, we've got Stormborn at 339.19. Grab your timestamp here. And we'll give your donation a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. And you want to know, will you be able to gain stability this year financially, emotionally, and physically? All right, we'll see here based on current energies. What a great, I listened to that album this morning. That what is the name? Noah's energy, the Great Divide. Oh my God. That is a pretty Right? Yeah, right? It's a pretty, raw emotions, right? It's just raw emotions. Here, bam, the anger, the anger that needs to be expressed when we're going through breakup and through the great divide, and then the speaking your truth energy, kind of energy with that, and it's an important piece of it, right? To be able to get that anger and that pain out of us. But if we continually focus on it, we just grow it and more comes in. So it's important to do the mourning, to do that. So I'm like, what a great album to do that. But, it's like you said, it's good for the divorce and, it's a good album to remember that. But I have a new song, right? I have a new song about living and life and you know, I can mourn and go through the steps of, that we go through loss, which is, sadness and then anger, right? I think that there's something like that. And then the recovery where we go forward, right? So I like that. I feel like that's what they're saying here. Let's take a look here. So, based on your energetic choices as of right now, where you're headed toward, let's take a look here and see your stability for finances. Oh, they give you 3 cards: finances, emotional, physical, and what they want you to know about each of those underneath. Okay, financial, emotional, and physical. All right. And what is this suddenly giving me? Oh, you're giving me 2 under each. I get you. All right. Well, the underlying energy for you, you do have the 8 of Pentacles. It's a great energy that's in here because the 8 of Pentacles is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You get the reward. You get the whatever you're building. You get the fruit of your labor energy. It's also one of the cards that is like a caterpillar that goes into a cocoon and comes out a butterfly. So I feel like that's saying that you're going through transformation this year. You do come out the other side a butterfly, and it sucks when we're going through the caterpillar turning into caterpillar juice that's, letting go of things that doesn't serve them anymore because I can't be a caterpillar with wings. I'll be too heavy. I'm releasing stuff that doesn't serve so that I can fly, right? So I like that. Financially, specifically, you got the Knight of Wands. You definitely have possibility with financial here because the Knight of Wands is the quest of stepping into your power, which when you if I'm focusing on what I'm grateful for and what I do have, and I'm grateful for what I have had, then I draw in abundance, right? If I focus in on I don't have this, I lost this, I need this, I want this, lack energy, right? Fear energy. Then I push abundance away and I invite more emptiness and more lack because my energy is focusing in on not have. So I get more not have. When I focus on have, then I get more have, right? I have a great podcast. Of course, how arrogant of me. I have a great podcast. No, this great episode that Spirit gave us. See, there's the humbleness. um Call it's the one before my last one. Abundance where it be. So great information in there if you have time and want to check that out. They talk about 2 of the big things that keep abundance from coming towards us. So you can see what resonates, and they have tools in there on how to draw abundance as well. Underneath this one, you have 2 cards. Yeah, I feel like you're going to bust through here. Yeah, you got the King of Swords and the Nine of Wands. So whatever has been feeling like a barrier, this 9 of Wands used to have all the wands blocking your way, but you're stepping into your power. This um, Knight of Wands, you're on the quest for your Ace of Wands. Well, you find it. You step into your power here. You take it into your hand. It opens up the way that you can just step through it. part of this has to do with the King of Swords. King of Swords is the master storyteller. They grant you this Ace of Swords, which gives you the ability to change your story. Because when you have a story of lack, you get lack. If we have the story of victimhood or something happening to us and all those fear stories, then we that's why we're drawing in more lack and abundance is kept at bay. When we change the story to gratitude and that this happens for me and that there's a gift in this situation for me and I am set free, that's a different story. It brings in different energy. So I like that. It looks good. You have definitely have the ability to be financially stable. Just have to step into your power a little bit around it. Emotionally, you've got the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, this feeling of independence and victory energy. You actually end up feeling happy by yourself here for a little bit. 9 of Pentacles, you're with spirit here. You're not ever alone. You got spirit. Is the little birdie there. So you definitely have this sense of independence and self-sufficiency in standing in your own. So I love that energy there. It does show that you are feeling that, and you will get there. Underneath the surface, yeah, 10 of cups. You're going to be emotionally full, especially when you meet the new person. But I feel like you find, we can't be happy with someone if can't be happy alone. So once we realize I am happy just by myself, when the other person comes in, you're like, wow, they're above and beyond extra. And it's beautiful with it there. Underneath that, yeah, you get the lovers. So yeah, you definitely will be fine emotionally because you do have here relationship energy that unfolds here. But it happens after you find happiness in being um, independent and alone. Not lonely. You're feeling because you don't feel alone with spirit. You don't feel lonely because you feel surrounded. But then that does come in here. So you will. And then physically, you got the Emperor, another energy of with the um, Aries energy here, which has a lot of that um, kind of like the Knight of Wands in a way, because the Emperor is a lot like the King of Wands. They share a lot of same energy, but they it's about getting out of your head around your physical world, physical body. It's again with like that King of Swords, changing my story. I'm getting out of my head of seeing things from small t to rooted in fear and lack and all those other wonderful things that we learn as a human. See things from a higher perspective. Look at what's the gift in these things for me. And I feel like as you're changing this energy, that the stress that you're under, because our physical bodies are so impacted by stress, because it shuts down our immune system, our digestive system, it floods with chemicals, it starts showing itself in muscle pain and different things. And so there's this beautiful change of the physical that comes from the changes that you're making on the inside. And it's in your power. The emperor clears the throne room, decides from their heart what they want. They put a plan together, they put action. And I feel like the physical world just you're physically things just fall into place here for you. Under the surface, yeah, you got the 6 of cups. I like this energy. It's child energy. It's almost like you feel like a child again in your physical body. Things just kind of you feel rejuvenated. I feel like something happens here where um it's like a rebirth, like you feel like so energized. And then underneath that you have the Empress as well. So you got both the divine masculine and feminine energy, but this is mother nature, mother nurture, taking care of yourself, making sure you're drinking enough water, eating right, finding ways to introduce exercise, yoga, stretching. It doesn't have to be, running on a treadmill or whatever. It can be going for a walk. I think you have children, right? Going for a walk with your children, doing things with your children. I feel like things do unfold here. So I like this for you. Um, but just know that letting go is the important part, because the more you hold on to all those things, um, and, you know, keep them looping, the pain and all that, we just grow it, right? Um, Back when I used to go to church way back in the day when I was a young lad, there was a pastor who said something that will stick with me forever. And he was like, don't nurse it, don't rehearse it, but disperse it so God can reverse it. And I love that, because it is, we can nurse our wounds and we keep on, and it maintains it, right? We can rehearse it. We can keep going over it and over it and over it and over it. We keep recreating it over and over and over again. It's already done, it's in the past, but we keep recreating it through the stories that we're telling ourselves. And at some point we can choose like a death date, you know, where the mourning is over, and when we're done, um, it's like on this date, like maybe May 1st, I know, like next Friday, because it's a full moon in Scorpio, right? It's like, okay, this full moon is my big release. I'm ready to let go of this, and um, I'm becoming reborn. Or you can choose whatever date if there's a special date that you want to use. No pressure, no expectations. If you haven't checked out the Scorpio full moon release, here's a video for the making the most of the Scorpio full moon release, just in case. But I like that, because on the bottom of the deck, you also have, on the top of the deck, sorry, you have the moon card. That's what made me think of it, because it has this mark on it. So I knew it was the moon card on the top. I'm like, the moon. Oh, yeah, let's do May 1st. But it's choosing. If you ever watched Dances with Wolves with Kevin Costner, right? And they had this, he fell in love with the woman that her husband was a warrior in the Indian tribe. And so she was in mourning. The chief had her in mourning, and he got to decide when the mourning period was over. So she was wearing dark colored clothes, skins and stuff. And they were falling for each other, right? And then on the day that the mourning is over, she come running out of the teepee, all in white, and she jumped in his arms and kissed him, right? It's like you choose a day of the when the mourning is over, and you consciously choose it, and then you start telling yourself the new story, right? I love that. See what your fortune cookie brings in here. So you get a talisman oracle. You've got the elixir of life. Yes, you're going to take the elixir of life. Look at that. See if I can do it without such a glare. Beautiful. Let's see what this says here. Mortality is a reminder that life is short. The elixir of life card does not offer immortality, but shows up in a reading to remind you that there are things that are greater than us. And by adopting this philosophy, we can become a part of a whole that is of itself immortal. We want both simplicity and abundance, and seeing the pure energy connecting us can be liberating. Our unconditional capacity for love and kindness is immeasurable and has the ability to remove all fear. Acknowledging the laws of nature that govern the universe places on us the power and responsibility to create our own sense of meaning. Wow. This talisman power can be used in a variety of ways that can best be determined by you. The elixir of life offers insight when you're on a quest for meaning. Meditate with this card or this energy when you need to free your mind and see the bigger picture. Imagine taking a sip of truth serum and look within to see what makes you truly happy. Energy lives forever. I love that. So, I love this that you're taking the, elixir of life and because 'cause you're letting death go, the ending go, and you're ready to begin a new life. So, I love that for you, Stormborn. So, that is what they have for you, my dear. So, hopefully that helps. Thank you again so much. Many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. So, hey, Ashvin, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. You'll be up here after Luluberry. You're very welcome. Let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. All right. So, Luluberry, you're at 3:55:42 is your timestamp. So, thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. And thank you for being a new subscriber, too. So, you want to ask what's coming next for your romantic relationship with E? All right, let's take a look here. So, when we're looking at future energy, it's always based on current energy and the trajectory that you're going. So, if we don't like the outcomes, we can make changes in our choices. And also, if we make different choices, that can also change the future. So, be aware. All right, let's see here. So, based on your current energy, what's coming next in your romantic relationship with E? Right, we got those three down to two, down to these. Any of these others? Oop, I do want this one too. All right, let's see where this is heading. Let me just scooch these over. All right. So the bottom of the deck, which is the overall energy of your reading, kind of what's flowing below the surface, you do have the Six of Swords. Don't forget about departure yet, because the Six of Swords is about like leaving behind old ways of thinking, um, and seeing things from a different perspective. So it's about changing of the stories and letting go of expectations, seeing things differently takes you from what may feel like choppy waters to calmer waters. So we like that energy underneath because it's a good flowing energy. It's a good movement card with the Six of Swords. So I like that. Yeah, it says you're navigating toward calmer waters, leaving past troubles behind. So I like that. What else do we have here? So yeah, you have new ideas. So like I said, you're seeing things from a new perspective. This is the Ace of Swords. So there is clarity coming in. You're seeing things differently, but not from a place of fear, not small t truths rooted in fear, expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's. You're kind of seeing it from a higher perspective, those rooted in unconditional love. And so the clarity comes in going, what do I want? And why do I have all these expectations of this and that and everything else? And where do these come from? As we cut away those, it sets us free because expectations suck the life out of our relationship, right? Because, we have all of these expectations. We're in the negative. We're working just to get up to zero if we can, because a lot of times there's contradictions in our expectations. We've been given all these stories growing up of what a relationship is supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, blah, 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 right? And it's exhausting because we're like, who are they supposed to be? What are they supposed to bring into the relationship? How is the relationship supposed to start and progress and end up? And what is it supposed to bring me? And who am I supposed to be into it? Whew, right? It's just exhausting. And all that activity, it just, if they're given this much, we're still focusing on the lack of things, right? Instead of, as little expectations as we can, there's abundance instead, right? And so we like that, type of energy. We like abundance. It's, we're already at zero and it's just extra instead of all the work to get up to zero. So I feel like there's some clarity coming in here. Yeah. The 10 of Wands, you're realizing all the energy that was being invested in expectations. And instead of feeling like a burden, which is what this feels like when we have all those expectations. It feels like a burden. Instead, it can feel like harvest. So there can be a change of story, a change of mindset, a clearing of expectations, and instead focusing on gratitude for what the relationship is bringing, who they are, what they are, gratitude for what they're bringing in, gratitude for who you're being in the relationship, right? Then that grows instead of constricts. And you have the Page of Cups. So there's a chance that taking love to another level with all knowing all of this. But if we continue with the expectations and because expectations equal disappointment, right? That's the disappointment we feel. We can't get to a higher love because it's sucking the life out of the relationship. When we alter it, then we can. It builds up and we can go to a new level of emotions there. So possibilities with that. Then you have 5 other cards here. You have the Knight of Swords, again, the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective. Here's that Ace of Swords. So there is movement of clarity, but it's the quest of understanding is very important of those expectations. Yeah, because expectations equal disappointment. That's my expectations equal disappointment card. So I feel like I was channeling the messages before I got to the cards. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. And you're ready for this victory. You're ready for an ending of an old cycle to start a new adventure. And the world card is the last card in the major arcana. It starts back at 0, which is the full card, which is 0 expectations. It's a world of possibility instead of feeling like constriction. And that gives room for growth and adventure and excitement instead of trying to live up to these rules that we have in our head, right? That are impossible to maintain all of them. It's exhausting too. So I like this that you are ready to start a new way of looking at things. Yeah. You get the balance energy of the 2 of Pentacles. So this is the physical world balancing out. Again, I like this moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, this balancing out of things that come in here. Yeah, and the 4 of Cups, which this 4 of Cups is you're tired of having relationships like you had before. You're ready for something more. And this is the ending of that cycle that comes in with all this here because we're taught so many things. This is everything that must happen in order to have a successful, loving relationship. And then when we're like, nope, ain't gonna happen. There's this freedom that comes in being brave enough to let go of those expectations and say, instead of me keeping track of what isn't happening, what isn't going on, I'm start to be grateful for what is and what I want to grow. And then it transforms things. Um, because when we're telling each other what you're not doing right, who wants to be in a relationship right like that, right? None of us do. That we feel less than, we feel like we're failing. Ugh, who wants to do that, right? I've got to make this work. Oh God, it feels like work now. Instead of, I love this about you and I love this about our relationship and I'm so grateful for this. And they're like, oh, I'll do more of that because of course we love receiving praise. We'll do more of it. Naturally, is how our humans work, but energy also works that way. So hopefully that helps, Luluberry. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. You get one of these "You Are Awesome" cards here. So let's see what else we have here. I like it. Dun, da, da, da. It says, I wear my self-confidence like my own cape, ready to fly. The mask is just to round out the outfit. I like it. So you're ready to fly with your self-confidence. So hopefully that helps, Lulu. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Let's see here. We have Krabby Kaka. Happy Haha. Welcome. Good to see you. And we've got JV1234. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. Just have one donation in front of you. So I'll be getting to you next here after Ashvin. Get you on there. And I think that was it here. Yes. All right. Lulu, based on the reading, it feels like the energy it was based on you letting go of expectations, then things will continue. If you continue with expectations and don't make any changes, it eventually will exhaust the relationship and it'll end up doing what we've always did and getting what we've always gotten. So I feel like you're ready, to approach relationships in a different way, right? So hopefully that makes sense. You're very welcome. All right, and welcome. Hopefully we'll see some more of you. We have plenty of room for Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor, so you're definitely welcome. All righty. So let's dive in. Let me take another quick sip here. And then we have Ashvin and then JV, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if I don't have any other donations, we'll head back into the last of the free readings too. All right. So Ashvin, you're 40609. So here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Give your donation a love and a like since it lets me know like a general for May. Let's see what we got going on here. So for May, got that, and that, and that. All right. Looks like you got 3, 2, 1. Countdown to something. Uh-oh. On the bottom of the deck, countdown to boom. Destruction. But the tower card, don't freak out about it. Because the tower card is about something suddenly being moved out of your life to make space for something that's more in alignment with your higher self, to clear the passageway. Say path, and I was gonna say passage, so you have a passageway onto where you're wanting to go, where your soul wants to go that matches with your energy. So it's always a positive thing. I know that looks so scary. And when the tower's burning down, we're like, oh my God. But when we realize it's replaced with something more awesome, then we're like, oh yeah, burn that thing down. It was already condemned. It had rats and a leaking roof and the plumbing didn't work. We were ready. It was condemned. It was ready to be destroyed. It needed to be replaced, right? So here it comes. I like this. Let's see what this is bringing you. You have 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card. So your first 3 cards together, you do have the Queen of Cups energy coming in here. This is very much this emotional energy. Let's see what this is about. Because you've got the King of Cups. Why you have divine counterparts here. King and Queen of Cups, and the Leo energy of the Strength card coming in. And it does feel here on the outside, they look like they're compatible, right? And they do. They have the emotional things together here. But behind the scenes, the King of Cups has swords, air energy, thinking energy. And the Queen of Cups behind the scenes has cups energy, so she's very emotional. Cups energy. And the king, what's missing in that interaction is, like the Queen of Swords, which you wouldn't think, well, they're not matching, but the Queen of Swords is actually very compatible with the King of Cups because she has air energy with swords, but behind the scenes has the cups. So they're reversed, but they have that in common, emotion and mind. And the Strength card, it feels like, so it's something like a compatible relationship. It doesn't have to be romantic, but whatever this relationship that's you're in right now, it feels like the strength to step away and walk away from it. And if not, then it will be removed eventually here in May. Because if you ever look at the Tower card, one person is leaping out and one got blasted out. One person's leaping out like this, so they're the ones. Sorry, I got all blurry for a sec here. There I am. um, Someone's leaping out and someone's getting blasted out, right? So you have a choice here on, what you're going to do with this. You can either wait until they are removed or you can do it yourself when you're ready. Um, but at some point they will get removed anyway. But this is someone that seems compatible, but really there's something missing in this. It could be a friendship, it could be a family member, it could be romantic if you're romantically involved with someone right now, but there's something missing. And the communication piece with the swords, I feel, is missing. Not the intelligence. Well, maybe so. You're like, no, they're stupid. But they're, the communication really came through strong. Like they're not communicating. I want someone who can communicate their emotions. And I feel like there is this kind of energy. And maybe this is what happened before. Um, if that was your previous relationship. But yeah. And you are being called here with that judgment card to something more solid with the 4 of Pentacles. It's almost like you're being called home in a way. But there's this uh the 4 of Pentacles is about being secure in our worth, inward and upward, not defining ourselves by relationships or situations or things, but relationships it feels is kind of in here that no, I define my worth, not relationships. They're unstable. If I define myself by relationships, then I feel unstable because they are. People change, people walk away, people pass away. Relationships with humans, unstable and temporary, right? So this is about this. You're being called inward and upward to find a sense of your self-worth in here, and then that changes your outside world. Yeah, it brings you to this wonderful 7 of Wands energy where you don't dim your light. You're not asking permission to shine. You're not defending who you are or feeling like you need to even be concerned about other people's opinions. You're like, I get to choose what I want for me. And I like this energy. There's like this freedom energy, but that's that whole, the whole energy of something or someone being removed out of our life on purpose for a purpose so that we can be more true, be more authentic, and find someone who is more authentic with us. So hopefully that helps. That's one big thing that's happening. It's not your entire May, but I feel like there's zeroing in on that one is important just to kind of ruminate with and see how that resonates. Like I said, if it's not a romantic, could be a friend or a family member that you're like, it's time for me to be me, you know? I get to choose. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Oh, you want this one? All right. You've got, I am the architect of my life. I build its structure, design its interior, and embrace its surroundings. I must say, this view is pretty awesome. Yeah. Different point of view, being true to you, right? Creating what you want to create. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. Hopefully that resonates and helps. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. And then JV 1234. We're at 41341. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like there. So I'm going to take a quick sip here as I read. You received a verbal offer for a senior role job. Seriously going through imposter syndrome. Isn't that a fun thing to go through? Yay! So you want to know, will you succeed or have big challenges? You probably will have big challenges and you will succeed. Let's take a look here. I mean, you've overcome 100% of any challenge you've had in your life, or you'd be dead right now. So you got a good track record, right? Let's take a look here. So based on your current energies, tell us about this role. If you accept it and go into it, which you should. That's just me, Brother Z, but let's take a look here and see what Spirit has to say, right? All right. All right. Yeah. So I like it that you've got um, one card and then three cards, and then one card. So there's this mirroring here. I like it. But the bottom of the deck, you got the King of Pentacles, one of the most abundant cards in the deck. So I like this father, boss, entrepreneur, provider energy. But it is about success. It is a success energy. So you will succeed because you always have, and you always will, because whatever you put your mind to, you will get through it. And, but let's look at the other cards here too. So you do have the nostalgia. Yeah, something to do with childhood here. Of course, that's where all our imposter syndrome goes back to, right? Our old emotions of fear of failure. Oh God, not being praised when you did things, the bar always being moved, feeling like you weren't celebrated in a way, right? It goes back to that little boo boo inside where we're like, we can pick them up and go, I love you. You are awesome. Do you remember when you did this? You remember when you did this? I celebrate you, little one. I'll be that parent that celebrates you if I didn't have a parent that celebrated me, right? Um, yeah, I like this. Instead of the 5 of Pentacles being this way, which is the fear of like lack, not being enough, not having enough, you got the improvement, which is the transformational energy here. Circumstances are beginning to improve, opening new doors to financial stability. So this lack energy that we've had from the past is being transformed, and you'll see it. You're used to being the expert, right? You're used to being the subject matter expert or the go-to person. And it's like how we feel when we're like in let's say middle school and we become a freshman in high school or whatever, right? It's like when we start, we feel so stupid, we feel so less than, we feel scared, we feel, oh my God, and it's like, because we're used to being the expert, it's that feeling in the beginning of lack, right? When we're really like, you know what? Do I think that the individuals that offer me position are stupid? No, they know their stuff, right? So, trust them. Yeah, you got new ideas, you're gonna learn, you're gonna grow, um, so you definitely every new thing in our life, we grow when we learn from, right? Yeah, and you got the Justice card, everything will balance out, in time, like everything, they're not gonna expect you to be perfect on day 1. And, if you are, they'll be sus that you're an alien from another planet, and then they're gonna come take you away to have you, tested on. So, make some mistakes so, they don't know who you really are, alright? But I like it. Uh, I feel like that's the big thing about success. Let's see here. Yeah, you got the Star card. It is like a dream come true energy, wonderful balancing energy that comes in with this Aquarius energy, hope. Um, the future is bright with new possibilities. So, very good here. You got the 9 of Pentacles, the self sufficiency, this beautiful, abundant energy, working well independently. But it is about success in the physical world again. And I like this because with the 8 of Swords, through this position, you're really and you're even doing it right now in this very moment because you're learning, and letting go of your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And, there's this beautiful beautiful release energy that comes with this that allows you to see yourself more clearly instead of through some eyes of old stories from your past. And you're like, no, this is going to be a wonderful wonderful experience. And they expect you to have challenges, and based on your interviewing and history and everything, they believe you have the capability and capacity to overcome that. You just and you have that inside of you. It's just the little whispers of the little inner child of like, "Well, you remember when that happened? We didn't get to, they think I failed." And you're like, "No, you were growing, you were in 3rd grade, for God's sake, you know? Cut yourself some slack, little one," right? So I love this energy for you. I feel like there's great success here, and you got the Page of Cups. Yeah. So you're finding a lot of self-love through all this, and, um, so I feel like if you'll get out of your head and get into your heart, um, you can relax a little. So I like this. Let's see what you get a talisman oracle. So we'll take a look here and see what what they extra they have here for you. Let me just put these cards back in here. Maybe. I like on the bottom of the deck, you also have the 6 of Wands, which is all about triumph and being raised above and celebrated as well. So very positive energies here. And but I do feel like with that 6 of Cups, this goes back to something when you were younger, of course. So where a lot of our emotional stress comes from is, being neglected and not being celebrated when we're younger, more having the bar always be moved, right? So let's see here. What fortune cookie do they want here for you? What talisman are they giving you for this new adventure? Destiny, baby. It's destiny. You are a knight and you have the key. You are ready. Oh, yeah, the cage. Set yourself free from the cage of the mind, right? I love it. That's actually the card on the front of the book. So let's see here. Destiny. Social limitations and negative bias, bias instead of bias, the bias trick our subconscious into believing we're not able to achieve our desires. We're taught to hide our unique nature to fit into the environment around us. Those coping skills keep us safe and acclimated to avoid danger, but they rob us of the power of positive manifestation. By training the mind to pay attention to the positive, we feed our subconscious mind the belief that we can create our destiny and propel ourselves forward. Our minds can be free when we use this key that we've carried on our back all along. We own the power to change the narrative. I love it. You can use this talisman power when you need to shake the negative thoughts that are holding you back. We can't control the actions of others, but we can change our perspective. Envision having a chain of keys and trying a few to unlock the cage. How does it feel to finally find, the right key? Feel the presence of the cage and armor dissolve as you notice the gentle breeze of freedom on your skin. Your affirmation is, I am free. It says here, it had a little asterisk. A negative bias is our tendency to remember the negative far greater than the positive. Studies show that remembering negative experiences exhibits in a ratio as little as 3 to 1 and as large as 30 to 1. We have to make a conscious effort to overwrite the pattern. Yeah. Whatever story we tell our mind the most, it'll show us the proof. So when we change our story, then it changes what our mind shows us too. So when we think we're an imposter, it'll show us the proof. When we're going, no, I deserve this, it'll show us the proof of that too. There's this book I'm reading, or I finished one of his, I'm reading a new one now. It's by Humble the Poet. And he says, "There's no growth in our comfort zone, but there's no comfort in our growth zone." So you're in your growth zone, so that's why there's the discomfort, but otherwise you'd just be stagnant and you would be in your comfort zone instead of your growth. So this is great for you. Right? Hopefully that helps. JV1234, that is what they have for you. So many blessings. Congratulations too. You're gonna rock it. You know, you know, you know. We know. We know you're gonna do great because we said so. All right. You're very welcome, my dear. All right. I think that was it for the donations. Let me just check my email. All right. So we will go back to the free readings. Let's say I've got CJ and then Samya and then Wilder Wandering and then Shanji and then Rahul and then Charlene Kramer and then Premia is who I have right now. So I've got like 7. So if there's anyone else out there, um, lurking in the shadows, make sure you get yours out here because the elevator doors are going to start closing. So now's the time to get your reading request out there for your free readings or any additional donations too. I'm not limiting them. All right. So CJ, you're up 42612. So CJ, here's your timestamp. May I have a general for the week ahead? Absolutely. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about the week ahead based on current energies? You got the new love and the 2 of swords. So you definitely have this decision to make coming up here next week with the crossroads 2 of swords energy. You know, we have a choice to make something, from the mind or from the heart with the moon energy over there. And they're saying, choose from your heart here. You know, your mind will go, well, this is the one that makes sense, what you should do and supposed to do, and you'll exist and meet those expectations. Check, check, check if you do that. And the heart's going, or you can choose this route and go this way, and you feel like you're living. So I feel like there is this opportunity, and don't be afraid to choose from your heart because your heart knows the way. If we continue to let the mind always choose, you can find something that they both agree on too. But I feel like in this opportunity, there's one or the other. And, choosing your heart will bring you that feeling of living instead of just, existing. Blah. What are we waiting for to live our dream, live our life, right? Wait too long, we're gonna die. That's the way it works, right? All right. So hang in there, my dear. That's what they have for you. Many blessings. And then Samya Rao, hello, hello. We've got your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And do you see if your husband, the Aquarius, is he getting a job offer soon? He's actually actively applying. I said actually, yeah, he's actually applying. These Aquarius. All right. Well, we just moved into Uranus is going into actually just probably about an hour ago into Gemini. I talked about it at the beginning of this session if you want to check it out. A lot of positive change energy here coming in. Let's see here. All right. Based on his current energy, is he going to be getting a job soon? So this card came flying out. We got the Hermit. There might even be a work from home energy here because the 3 of Wands, it's a change of direction with new information. So I feel like there is a position that comes up here because progress, the 3 of Wands, but it's with new information that he chooses this other thing. So I feel like he's applying for a job and they reach out and going, you know what? We have a strong candidate for this other one, but we're wondering if you would be interested in this position because I feel like a company that he's applying for, they have a position that he applied for, but they have a position they haven't posted yet that they're like, "Oh my god, look at his resume. This would be perfect for this. Let me reach out to him." And I feel like that's kind of what comes in here I feel like it's a remote, like a work from work from home or work remotely. Like you don't have to go into an office with this not nine of pentacles, this hermit card energy that's coming in here. So I like that. It looks good. All right. So that's what we have for you, Samya. Many blessings to you. Cheers to the fellow Aquarian. All right. And then we've got Wilder Wandering 43006 is your timestamp. Here is your timestamp. So, what next steps should you take to raise your vibration to attract your true love? Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. So, what do they want you to know here? How to raise thy vibration. All right. Yeah. So you've got the Ace of Pentacles, which is all about, uh, self-worth in a way, but it's about looking and finding a new way of looking at our worth in relationship to the outside world. The Knight of Cups is, of course, that's the quest of finding your true love, finding the Holy Grail, the chalice, but it's also a card of the quest of finding your self-love. Both of these point in here, right? Because how we raise our love vibration is finding our self-love, right? We question our thoughts and beliefs and expectations that don't serve us anymore. Expectations, we let those go. Emotions that don't serve us anymore. Energy that doesn't serve us anymore. Physical things that don't serve us anymore. Because all those things are the things that are holding us back. As we question those and release those things, then our that's what allows us to raise our love vibrations. Like being a hot air balloon, right? And all of our old beliefs and old thoughts and old pains that are lower vibration are sandbags and ropes that are holding in. So we cut the ropes and cut the sandbags, zip, 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 and then we're flying, right? And that's where we meet in the sky with the other individual, the higher vibrational love, right? Instead of you know, the relationships, at low vibration if we're stuck to the ground. So I like this for you. Um, we talk a lot about this on my podcast too. The easier path, which is linked down in the description area if you're wanting to kind of get some tools and ideas on things that we can do to, um, you know, um, release those things and different perspectives. So a lot of hints from spirit on how to do that too, if you want to check that out. Right. So many blessings to you, Wilder. Hopefully that helps a little there. All right. Then we got Sean G. Hello, hello. 43242. Thank you for your donation earlier. And your free question, what's the energy of the guy I'm going to meet tonight? Ooh, is that who Sunny has been speaking of? Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. So energy of the person, and is it the guy? All right. Well, we've got the Six of Wands energy, this triumph energy. So it's a good fire energy. I like the equal attraction. Um, it's in the beginning, of course, here it is this, um, you know, equal uh, energetic and physical attraction, passionate energy that comes in here. There's a little bit of, I don't want to say they're very confident energy around this person. I mean, it's a victory energy. I feel like you get along with them here because I feel like you need someone who's confident. They're they're not well, they kind of are bordering arrogance, but they're right on the line. It's almost like they get a little cocky in a moment here or there, but after you, they're like, oh, they're like they realize I'm trying to impress you, and you're like, "That's not impressive." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's not me." They're confident, but they're not arrogant. Confident is they know who they are. Arrogance is I'm better than everybody else, right? but we can be on the border where we're like, "I'm so confident in who I am." And you're like, "All right, now you're being a bit boastful. Now you're kind of bordering and you're stepping over the line," right? But I like this because I feel like you do need someone who's confident because these other guys get so intimidated by your power and by your empress, high priestess energy, right? That it's hard to find someone who will, be strong with you, not try to control you, but don't back down either. When you hiss, they can hiss back, and then you guys can both laugh. "Oh, wow, I found someone finally who will stand up." Instead of, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah," like a little puppy running away because they got scared or got shocked by an electric fence. So I like that. Okay. Is this who Sunny has been speaking of? No, I don't think so. Because we got the Ace of Swords here, which is new, someone new, you know, new information, new person. So I don't feel like it's that. I think it's someone else. All right. So that is what we have for you, Sean. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Enjoy your date. You're probably on them right now. So I had your phone number to be texting you. What are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. All right. So Rahul, you are up. 43603. I'm moving on before I get in trouble. All right. So Rahul, here is your timestamp. And will you hold a CA position in July's result? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, are you going to hold a CA position in the July result? Okay, we got that. And I feel like both of those and those two. So will you? Oh, wow. Ace of Pentacles. Ta-da! That looks positive here. Anything we need to know around this at all? We got the Six of Cups and the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, I like this. This is like your path. When we get two sixes, it is a very flowing energy, and it's kind of this belief that I heard from a tarot reader, and it became part of my it's whenever you're learning tarot, you develop a communication with your guides on what things mean, and it kind of was agreed, "Yeah, this is what this means for us too." All right, sounds good. So it is like this is the path. This is prosperity. It's something like almost like this is what I wanted to do since I was a child. I just knew this is what I wanted to do. Maybe it's not that extreme, but it feels like that way. And it looks good. So, I mean, Ace of Pentacles, if that's the only card we got, that would have been, yes, you do based on current energies. So, and it kind of feels destined in a way. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right. Charlene Kramer, you're up all the way up there in Alaska. But you're enjoying the warmer weather and you'll have what, 20 hours of daylight at some point, depending on where you live. All right, Charlene. So what's coming towards you? Let's take a look here. What's coming towards you? All right. I don't want those. I thought those were it. And they're like, no, put those back. Let me just shuffle these up here. That one and this one here. All right. So what is coming towards you? All right. I love this. A breakthrough and a new beginning. Because you have the Nine of Wands, which can mean that there was a barrier, but I feel like recently you've really stepped into your power around whatever this was that was blocking you. Because that used to fill in this where you couldn't get through, but now you've taken it in your hand and now there's this space to step through, which is allowing you this, I've stepped through and I'm free and now I'm beginning this new adventure, free of expectations, free of limitations. It's an ending of an old cycle, something that had been going on for a while. Like you kept hitting your head up against, this wall over and over and over again. Something clicked recently where, like I said, you stepped into your power. You realized I'm the one creating this barrier. I'm the one that can remove it. And you are, and you did. And now you're able to step through, or you're about to, if you haven't, you're about to step through by seeing your power, knowing that your energy is what creates your world, that when you focus in on lack and need and want and fear, you create a barrier. But when you focus in on gratitude for what is, what you are grateful for, what you have had, that opens the gates, that allows things to flow towards you. And you grow that whichever you're focusing on. And then you're like, whoa, I'm free. I'm a free spirit. I get to start this new adventure. I get to begin something new and leave the old behind. And I like this. Not all steps require a plan. Release fear. Follow your joy and trust in divine timing. Ooh, I like that. It's on the card there. So that is what they have for you, Charlene. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we've got Premia. You're up 44030. All right. Here is your timestamp. You want to know what is coming towards you. Your relationship is not good with your husband, long distance relationship. All right, let's take a look here. So we'll zero in on that relationship front because that seems to be your concern. So, based on current energy, what's coming towards you with your relationship? So, we have the King of Pentacles. Yeah, this is an abundance energy. This feels like their energy, though, very focused in on wanting security and abundance and fullness and, you know, really, um, it's father provider energy, but it definitely feels like they're focused in more of the outside world, not so much about emotions, kind of energy. They're very much defining themselves by, money and possessions and positions and education and sometimes relationships, but I feel like more so into the finance and possession, is where they're kind of focused in on. We do have the Six of Wands, another victory energy that's coming in here, a flow energy. Let's see what this other card is in here too. Yeah, we do have a bit of a tower energy coming in, which can be the sudden removal of someone, out of our life. But it's always for our benefit. It's with the Tower card coming out with the Six of Wands, it's like, yeah, we love people, right? We love our husbands and wives and children and everyone in our lives, but we can trust that when someone is removed out of our life, that it is for us. It's on purpose, for a purpose. It clears space in our life for something even more in alignment with our energy, even something that feels like, wow. And sometimes this is what happens. And I know it sucks when we're going through it. It just kind of feels here that they're so focused in on this that they don't, they're really focused on themselves, the inward, and not on you. And I don't know if you have children because they brought up father here, but they're just so about the next buck, the next the security is what they kind of were taught. This is what defines you. And I feel like it's like handed down, like maybe their family, mother, father, grandparents, they all believe this. This is means you're worth something. If you don't have this, you're nothing. And so they're really consumed with that. And you deserve someone that cherishes you above all, right? And so if that's what happens with this energy, and it can switch, it can change, but it feels like this is where it's going, and that there is this removal of them out of your life suddenly, but it's for you. It allows you to have someone that treats you like a queen, not like a maidservant or, someone who completes stuff. Do your duties, you're my employee, not my partner, right? So I feel like that's kind of where it's headed right now based on current energy, but that doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that, that it will go out to that. But I feel like whatever this fieriness that's going on with them right now, that's kind of what they're feeling and where it's kind of heading. But um, things can balance out. That's the thing about futures and energies. But and then our energy too, right? If I'm focusing on the fear of losing them, the fear, the need, the want, the lack energy, my energy could be pushing them away. If I change my energy and I start focusing on what I'm grateful for and who they are and what they have provided and who they have been in my life, that can grow that and that can change the energy. It can, instead of pushing them away, it could draw them, or at the very least, not pushing them away. It allows them to drift back towards us, right? Or it can draw them too. So hopefully that helps, Premia. That's what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Stormborn. Thank you for your additional donation. Here are your timestamps here. We'll give that a little love and a like there. All right. So you want to know, why is Jordan holding back when talking to you? That's your ex-husband, right? Probably because he heard your dedication to him on the new album, The Divide. You're like, I'm kind of scared of you right now. You better be. Maybe it's because you show your teeth when you're talking to him. Rawr. Let's take a look here. Okay, I got those. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, your first ex-husband called your second ex-husband to complain about you, and then he hung up on them, and then he texted you saying, "Hey, he contacted me." Oh, he called and he briefly texted, but he's cold and, like, reserved, yeah. Let's take a look here. Alright, well, we got those here. Let's see what we got here. So we got these 2 cards. Oh, interesting energy here, but it makes sense because we've got the star card is Aquarius energy, um, and the 6 of Pentacles. Well, let's start with the star card because being an Aquarius sun, I understand the compartmentalization that Aquarians can do with emotion, and I feel like this is why they come across as feeling cold. Doesn't mean they're not feeling anything, but and I don't not that they're an Aquarius, but this is the energy they're bringing through. It's, uh, Aquarians are water bearers, and you think, "Oh, they're water signs." No, we're air signs. We're just water bearers, because we can contain emotion in compartments, and it's like we just put our feelings in Tupperware, burp it, close it, put it in a refrigeration unit in our heart so we can bring it out. It's fresh emotion whenever we want, but we don't wear our emotions on our sleeves, and I feel like that's where he's coming from. He's not that he's not feeling, he's just balanced with the 6 of Pentacles. He's just keeping things copacetic, keeping things, um, and they're in that place. Um, let's see what else here too. He's a pro at it. Yeah, boom, boom. Um, yeah, and still, we got the 8 of Cups, which is walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve, and the Knight of Pentacles. It takes time, you know, to truly leave behind the emotions. And, again, they suppressed a lot of their emotions and put them in those things, not allowing themselves to feel it. So they they know if they activate emotion with you that all that stuff that they've been pushing down and haven't really faced yet will just bleh, and they don't wanna do that, which we're grateful for because you don't want him spilling all his emotions on you, right? You're like, save it for a song, right? I think is that what I heard that somewhere. Was that him? That new artist? I think that was one of the songs about bitterness or whatever. Never mind, I'll save it for a song. I like it. And yeah, I got the King of Cups. We got the maturity, the balance between head and heart, and we've got the Page of Cups, so there is motion. They're showing that there is emotion. They're just really balancing it and keeping it that way. So, nothing um, especially for you, yeah, he has no emotions for you. Well, I mean, he's got bitter emotions for you, you know, but he's also got his own emotions, a feeling of a failure, feeling I failed you, I failed my children, I failed this, I failed that. He's got a lot of these emotions that are below the surface that he can't. I think we talked about, right, that I can't I can't take ownership of those things because then I feel like a failure. I'm either a success or a failure. I don't live in a world of gray. So I've got these emotions that I have to stuff and blame other people. And then if I ever talk about my emotions, it's just going to be, bleh, it's going to be like a volcano of emotion because they compartmentalize and stuff emotions. They don't allow themselves to feel the emotions. Surprised they don't have like do they have a history of ulcers, stomach problems? Because it feels like they stuff everything. Um, yeah, and then there is a little bit, no, he's not as happy. Well, you didn't say he's like yeah, I feel like we talked about that, right? He's, he might be having a lot of wands, fire, passion energy, but emotions are separate from all that. That's a different energy. Our water emotions is how we really feel. Our passions, our actions, and our excitement, and it's from a different place within our being that comes in. So it's more passion than it is, emotion that comes in there. But and I do feel here with the magician on the bottom of the deck a little bit. I do feel like they're they're and because I mentioned like they're a little not that they're afraid of you, but they're also they don't. It's like you don't want to make a magician mad or a wizard or a witch mad, right? Because they've got power and they're like, I'm just going to stay mutual and neutral. I'm going to stay neutral in communicating with you because I know better than to piss you off. So it's a very fine line they're walking, I feel, with you. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. That's right. It's like you're the She-Hulk. You don't want to make her mad. She'll turn green. I reward myself with the little things that keep me jamming. I like it. Get to reward yourself, right? After all, he is an a-hole. Well, he's, I understand where you're coming from. He's a hurting person because people people who are emotionally mature and have self-love don't treat people like a-holes. Only people who are hurting and in pain and acting, and they're reverting into their um, inner child wound, they act stupid and loving and uncaring. That's the definition of an a-hole, right? Someone who's uncaring, unloving, and stupid. Oh, that's the very definition of someone acting out of fear. Oh, well, that's right. We all act like that when we're in fear. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Much love to you. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. Let's see. I think someone snuck in here. Yep, you did. Minu. Hello, hello. Minu uplifts. Let's grab here. Add you to the free reading list here. I don't think I missed anyone else. Let me just make sure here. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. So, Krabby Kaka, I don't see a question from you if you're still here. You said hello, but I didn't see a question. At least YouTube didn't share it with me. All right. So, Minu, you're 45519. Yeah, it's time for me to go. This will be my last reading for this evening. Since I'm almost hitting 5 hours, it's time for me to go rest. So, Minu, your brothers and sisters' feelings for you, no contact. All right, let's take a look here. Of course, as a group, we'll see the brother. We'll put the brothers together and the sisters together for overall energy. How funny that the bottom of the deck is the Six of Cups, which is the child energy, right? Siblings. Let's see here. So, brothers, the Emperor energy. It's like they're waiting for you to take action. The brothers, this is, the Emperor is Aries energy, it's action energy, but it's like, it almost feels like you cleared the throne room and because you wanted to get rid of all this supposed to be, should be's, and all these expectations. It's like you cleared the room and you're sitting and you're deciding who you want to be, what you're, making plans for, and you're taking action on. And it's almost like they feel like you're the one who broke contact with us, and we're waiting for you to reinitiate contact with them. Interesting, right? That's how we work. Gotta blame other people. Sisters, yeah, the sisters here, this is a bit of a Seven of Wands is like, I'm shining bright. I'm going to be myself. I'm not going to dim my light. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm not going to try to fit in. And I feel like with them, there's a bit of jealousy that you are doing what you want to do and you're standing up for who you want to be. But, and they feel like we can never do that. So there's some jealousy. And in that, they have to, be mad at you because the family, you know, you have to do what the family wants and you're not. So we've got to act mad. Secretly, we're a bit jealous that you're able to be free of and be yourself in a way with this energy that comes in here, as well. So, yeah. The thing is with all of those, and whenever we ask about how other people are feeling about us, we can't see the world. Well, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So when we want to know how my brothers and sisters feel about me, it has so much to do with how they feel about themselves. Same thing with us. How you feel about them is really how you feel about yourself. And, so if you look at, we learn a lot by the mirror of who we think we are with other people, and we're able to like set ourselves free in looking at that and turn that energy that we're so concerned with what everyone thinks about us, right? It's what we're taught growing up to fit into our tribe so we don't die. But as we get older, we realize I can live without you. Now I don't need to be as concerned about what everyone thinks about me because I have no idea, and I probably never will till I get on the other side, what people truly thought of me. I'll just think of what I think other people thought of me, and I actually create little caricatures, little puppets of these people in my head telling me things, saying things to me, you know, saying that they're the ones saying this to me, but really it's a little puppet I created in my head with them and their voice telling me the things that I'm telling myself. And so when I really look at that, it sets me free from being connected to them and, attaching my worth to their feelings about me and freeing myself and empowering myself too. So that's what they have for you, me new. So many blessings to you. Hey, Celestial, good to see you. The elevator doors are closing. So I'm going to be headed off here. I hit 5 hours. If you put in a quick question, if you're wanting a free reading, I'll throw you um, on the list for to be my final reading for this evening. I know I said Mimi was going to be one, but since you said hello, I'll give you a chance. But this will be my last one. I do need to go rest after 5 hours. So Celestia, if you put that in there while I'm waiting, if you guys haven't got into my giveaway every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway where I have a 30-minute personal recorded reading giveaway or a energetic hedge. So if you want to get into the drawing, there's the link for that. That's for the full moon next Friday. And I do put out a video talking about how to make the most of the moon energy about a week before. So this was the one for the Scorpio full moon, making the most of the release energy and affirmations. I also made a separate video called The Basics of here, the basics of making the most of the full moon energy, um, which goes deeper into release ceremonies and affirmations. And then I also have a podcast that comes out about every 2 weeks. And here is the link to that most recent episode, which was about empath abilities. It's the Empath's Heart Song. So if you want to catch up on any of the others, all the playlists are listed down in the description area of the this video as well. Or if you click on my main name, it'll take you back to my main page where it has it all at the top there. So that is all free and available to you there. All right, Celestial, I see you posted a question, but then you retracted it. So does that mean you don't want a reading after all? Or you change your question? Ah, okay, changing your question. Or you just accidentally deleted it. All right, there we go. We got you. All right, so Celestial, good to see you. Here is your time stamp. And what do the angels have for you about job opportunities? All right, let's take a look here. All right, that's too many. Let's shuffle these up real quick here. All right, that one there. What else? Based on current energies, what do they want you to know about job opportunities? So you do have here, you've got the 5 of Swords, and you also have the 7 of Wands. I like this energy here. It's like your angels are telling you here, the 5 of Swords is like a battle between your head and your heart, right? Where your mind is going, well, you should go for something like this and should do this and supposed to need to, like the expectations of the opinions of the outside world of what it thinks it's the responsible right thing to do. This is what you should be applying for and what you should do, right? But your angels are saying, or you can, your heart is going and drawing you in this other direction. And the difference here is, with the 7 of Wands, it's about being true to your authentic self. Shine bright. Don't dim your light. Don't defend what you feel you want to do. Don't ask permission. This is you wanting to go do what makes you feel like you're living instead of existing, right? If we take a job that our mind wants, only that our mind wants, we're going to feel like I checked all the boxes and I wake up in the morning going, oh God, I got to go to that job again today, right? But it's what I should do. But when we're following our heart, we wake up early going, oh, I can't wait to go to work. Can't wait to go to this place because I love what I'm doing, right? And I feel like this is what your angels are saying is like, when you focus on what your heart is leading you, the doors will open and you'll go right in. And even if it's a little less money in the beginning, because you love what you do, you're going to shine bright and you'll just get moved up. You'll get bonuses, you'll get raises because they're like, oh my God, you're such a joy to have around because you're full of joy. Whereas the other, even though you're making more money, you're miserable and you're probably gonna end up using that money for your health because you're gonna be like, ugh. So I feel like that's what the angels are saying here is look for where's your heart leading you and follow that, and the doors will open and you'll be so glad you did. So hopefully that helps, Celestial. That is what they have for you right now. So many blessings. Thank you so much for being here. Glad you made it before the elevator doors closed. It's like, stuck your umbrella out. You applied for 2 jobs. Is one your head and one's your heart? Yeah. So if it's something of your heart, I feel like you're gonna get great responses from it. If they were your head, then they may not turn out too well. Oh, good. Good, good. I love it. Perfect. All right. Many blessings. All right, everybody. Well, I am on Wednesday through Sunday night. So guess what? I'll be back on tomorrow as well. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, many blessings, much love, and we'll see you soon.